It happened back in 1994, when I was 15 years old and thought I knew everything about the world. I was a freshman in high school, part of a group that preferred weekend parties to Friday night football games. We were the kids who hung out behind the gymnasium smoking cigarettes we'd stolen from our parents, planning adventures that would inevitably get us grounded for weeks. The Creek House belonged to my friend Tyler's parents, a sprawling property about 20 miles outside our small Ohio town. The main house sat on a hill overlooking a winding creek that cut through dense woodland, but we rarely used the actual building. Instead, we'd set up camp in the cleared area beside the creek bed, where the trees formed a natural barrier between us and the rest of the world. That particular weekend in late October, 7 of us had made the trek out there. Myself, Tyler, his girlfriend Amber, my sister's friend Jessica, and 3 other kids from our circle, Ben, Troy, and Casey. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the leaves crunched under our feet as we hauled our sleeping bags and coolers down to our usual spot. Tyler's parents had given us permission to camp, as long as we cleaned up after ourselves and didn't burn the forest down. They were the cool parents in our group, the ones who remembered what it was like to be young and stupid. Looking back now, I wonder if they would have been so generous with their permission had they known what we were planning to bring with us. The campsite itself was perfect for a group of teenagers looking to feel independent. A natural clearing surrounded by towering oak and maple trees, with the creek gurgling softly about 30 feet away. We'd built a fire ring out of stones years earlier, and it had become our unofficial gathering place. The spot felt isolated enough to make us feel like we were truly on our own, yet close enough to the house that we could run for help if needed. As darkness fell, we gathered around the fire, roasting hot dogs and marshmallows, telling the same stories we'd told a dozen times before. The flames cast dancing shadows on the trees around us, and the temperature dropped enough that we all pulled on sweatshirts and huddled closer to the warmth. By 10 o'clock, most of the group had settled into their sleeping bags. The guys who had brought their party supplies were already lost in their own chemical-induced world, giggling at things the rest of us couldn't see. Jessica and Casey had fallen asleep almost immediately after lying down, exhausted from a long week of school and the hike down to the creek. That left just Amber and me still awake by the dying fire, listening to the sounds of the forest around us. The creek babbled constantly in the background, but there were other sounds too, branches creaking in the wind, the distant hoot of an owl, the scurrying of small animals through the underbrush. In daylight, these sounds were comforting. In the darkness, they seemed somehow more ominous. "I brought something," Amber whispered, glancing around to make sure the others were truly asleep. She reached into her backpack and pulled out a rectangular box that I recognized immediately. The Ouija board had been making the rounds in our group for months. None of us knew exactly where it had come from. It just appeared one day at a party, and since then it had become a fixture at our gatherings. The box was worn and faded, the corners soft from handling, and the board itself showed signs of heavy use. "Are you sure we should do this out here?" I asked, though I was already reaching for my sleeping bag to use as a makeshift table. Amber grinned in the firelight. "Come on, when are we going to get a better opportunity? We're in the middle of nowhere. It's almost Halloween, and everyone else is passed out. It's perfect." I had to admit she had a point. We'd used the board dozens of times before, usually in someone's basement or bedroom, but never somewhere this remote. There was something appealing about the idea of contacting whatever spirits might be lurking in these ancient woods. We spread my sleeping bag on the ground between us and the fire, positioning ourselves so we were lying on our stomachs facing each other. The board looked different in the flickering firelight. The letters seemed to glow, and the planchette cast strange shadows as Amber placed it in the center. "Ready?" she asked, placing her fingertips lightly on the plastic indicator. I positioned my own fingers opposite hers, barely touching the smooth surface. "Ready." The forest seemed to quiet around us as we began, as if even the night creatures were holding their breath to see what would happen. "Is there anyone there?" Amber spoke clearly into the darkness, her voice barely above a whisper. At first, nothing happened. The planchette remained stationary under our fingers, and I began to think this session would be like so many others. A lot of anticipation followed by disappointment. The fire popped and crackled beside us, sending sparks spiraling up into the night sky. Then I felt it. A subtle pull, so slight I almost convinced myself I was imagining it. The planchette began to move. Slowly at first, then with more purpose. It glided across the board with a smoothness that sent goosebumps racing up my arms. EES. Amber and I looked at each other across the board. In the firelight, her face was half hidden in shadow, but I could see the excitement in her eyes. This felt different from our previous sessions. There was an energy here, a presence that seemed to fill the air around us with electricity. "What's your name?" I asked, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. The planchette moved again, this time more decisively. It spelled out letters with a confidence that made my stomach clench with unease. Joker. Joker, Amber said aloud. That's an interesting name. The temperature around us seemed to drop several degrees. I pulled my sweatshirt tighter, but the cold I felt wasn't coming from the outside. It was seeping up from somewhere deep inside. A bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with the October night. "Are you from around here?" Amber continued, apparently unaffected by the growing sense of dread that was washing over me. The planchette moved to yes without hesitation. "How long have you been here?" I asked, though part of me was already regretting opening this line of communication. "Longtime." The answer came quickly, almost impatiently. There was something about the way the planchette moved now that was different from our previous experiences. Usually it would drift slowly from letter to letter, sometimes hesitating or circling back. But this entity, this Joker, moved with purpose and speed, as if it had been waiting for this opportunity to communicate. "What do you want?" Amber asked. The pause that followed lasted long enough for me to hope that maybe the connection had been broken, that whatever we had contacted had moved on to bother someone else. But then the planchette lurched into motion again, moving so violently that both Amber and I had to grip it to keep our fingers in contact. "TOPLAY. To play?" I repeated. "What kind of game?" The planchette began moving in circles, faster and faster, until I was afraid it might fly off the board entirely. Then it stopped abruptly on a single letter. DEATH. The word hung in the air between us like a physical presence. The fire behind us seemed to dim, and the sounds of the forest faded until all I could hear was my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. "That's not funny," Amber said, but her voice was tight with fear now. The planchette moved again, slowly this time, deliberately. "QHOSAIDIWASJOKING. I wanted to lift my hands from the planchette, to end this session immediately and put the board away. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to stop, to break the connection before things went any further. But I found myself frozen in place, unable to move, as if some invisible force was holding me there. "We should probably say goodbye," I managed to whisper. "Wait," Amber said. "Ask it something else. Ask it how it's going to play this death game." "Amber, no. This doesn't feel right." But she was already speaking to the board again. "How are you going to play this game with us?" The planchette began moving immediately, spelling out letters with that same frightening confidence. KILLYOU. The words hit me like a physical blow. I tried again to lift my hands from the planchette, but they wouldn't obey. It was as if they were glued to the plastic surface, held there by some force I couldn't understand. "You're going to kill us?" I said, trying to inject some skepticism into my voice. "How?" It was a stupid question, born of teenage bravado and the kind of reckless curiosity that gets people into trouble. But even as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. The planchette moved to spell out a single word that made my blood freeze in my veins. TREE. Tree. Amber laughed, but it was a nervous sound that echoed strangely in the darkness around us. "How are you going to kill us with a tree?" I looked up at the massive oak that towered above our campsite. Its branches stretched out over us like gnarled arms, some of them thick as a person's torso. In the flickering firelight, they seemed to move and shift, creating patterns of shadow that played tricks on my eyes. "That's ridiculous," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. "Trees don't just fall on people." The planchette began moving again, but this time it wasn't spelling out words. Instead, it was moving in aggressive, jerky motions across the board, as if whatever was controlling it was agitated by our skepticism. Then it stopped dead center on the letter Y for yes. "This is stupid," I said, finally finding the strength to pull my hands away from the planchette. "We're sitting under trees. Of course it would say tree. It's just our subconscious." The crack was so loud it sounded like a gunshot going off directly above our heads. I looked up just in time to see a massive branch breaking free from the oak tree. a piece of wood easily 6 feet long and thick as my arm. Time seemed to slow as it tumbled end over end through the darkness, spinning with deadly precision. It hit the ground with a sickening thud, landing point first in the dirt between my legs, so close that I could feel the displaced air brush against my thighs. If I had been sitting just 6 inches forward, it would have impaled me through the chest. Amber and I screamed simultaneously, scrambling backward away from the makeshift spear that now stood upright in the ground like some primitive weapon. The branch had buried itself nearly a foot deep in the packed earth, testament to the force with which it had fallen. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," Amber was chanting, her eyes wide with terror. I reached out with a shaking hand to touch the branch. It was real solid. Definitely not some hallucination brought on by teenage imagination. The bark was rough under my fingertips, and I could smell the fresh sap where it had torn free from the tree. That was just a coincidence, I said. But even I didn't believe it. Old trees drop branches all the time. The wind must have... But there was no wind. The night air was perfectly still, so calm that the smoke from our fire was rising straight up without the slightest waver. "We should stop," Amber whispered. "We should put the board away." But even as she said it, I could see that she didn't want to stop any more than I did. Yes, we were terrified, but we were also exhilarated. We had made contact with something real, something powerful. After months of disappointing sessions with unclear messages and barely moving planchettes, we had finally connected with an entity that could actually affect the physical world. "Let's just move away from the trees," I suggested, though my heart was still racing from our near-death experience. We gathered up the board and moved to the other side of the fire, closer to the creek where the tree cover was thinner. The water gurgled softly beside us, and I found the sound somewhat comforting after the terrifying silence that had preceded the falling branch. We repositioned ourselves on another sleeping bag, this time sitting cross-legged facing each other across the board. The planchette was still resting where we had left it in the center, seemingly innocent now, just a piece of plastic shaped like a teardrop. "Are you still there?" Amber asked as we placed our fingers back on the indicator. The response was immediate and forceful, the planchette jerking to yes with such violence that it nearly flew off the board. "That didn't work," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "The tree thing. We're still alive." I was taunting it, I knew, but I couldn't help myself. The combination of fear and adrenaline was making me reckless, pushing me to see just how far this entity was willing to go. The planchette began moving slowly across the board, spelling out letters with deliberate precision. "NOT-DONE. "What else can you do?" Amber asked, and I could hear the same dangerous curiosity in her voice that I felt in my own chest. This time the answer came so quickly that I could barely keep up with the spelling. "FIRE. The moment the planchette finished spelling out fire, I felt the temperature around us begin to change. Not cooler this time, but warmer. Much warmer. As if someone had opened the door to a furnace somewhere nearby. "Fire?" I repeated, glancing nervously at our campfire. "What do you mean, fire?" The flames that had been burning steadily beside us for hours suddenly began to dance and flicker erratically. They jumped higher, reaching toward the sky with hungry tongues of orange and red that seemed to have a life of their own. Amber gripped the planchette tighter, her knuckles white in the firelight. "This is really happening," she whispered. The fire continued to grow, fed by some invisible force that had nothing to do with wind or additional fuel. The flames stretched upward, reaching twice their previous height, and I could feel the heat washing over us in waves that made sweat break out across my forehead. Then something impossible happened. A tendril of flame detached itself from the main fire and arced through the air toward us like a living thing. It moved with purpose, reaching across the space between the fire ring and our position with terrifying speed. I threw myself backward, pulling Amber with me, just as the flame passed through the spot where my head had been seconds before. I could feel the heat singe the hair on my arms, could smell the acrid scent of burning as the flame passed so close to my face that I thought my eyebrows might catch fire. The flame didn't dissipate as it should have. Instead, it hovered in the air for a moment, a floating ribbon of fire that defied every law of physics I had ever learned. Then it snapped back to the main fire like a rubber band, returning to its original shape. Both Amber and I were on our feet now, backing away from the board in the fire with our hearts hammering against our ribs. The sleeping bags we had been using were singed where the flame had passed over them, thin lines of char marking its passage. "We have to end this," I said, my voice shaking, "right now." But even as I spoke, I could see that the fire wasn't done with us. It was pulsing now, expanding and contracting like something breathing, and with each pulse it grew brighter and hotter. The heat was becoming unbearable, forcing us to retreat further and further from our campsite. "How do we stop it?" Amber cried. I remembered reading about Ouija board safety in some book or magazine, probably something my sister had left lying around. "We have to say goodbye," I shouted over the roar of the flames. "We have to officially end the session." We rushed back to the board, the heat washing over us in waves that made it hard to breathe. The planchette was still sitting in the center, and I could swear it was glowing with its own inner light. "Goodbye," I shouted, placing my fingers on the indicator. "We're saying goodbye now." But the planchette wouldn't move to the goodbye corner. Instead, it fought against our attempts to guide it there, pulling in the opposite direction with a strength that seemed impossible for such a small object. "It won't let us go," Amber gasped, sweat streaming down her face from the incredible heat. The fire continued to grow, and now I could see flames beginning to lick at the bases of nearby trees. If this continued much longer, we would have a forest fire on our hands, and there would be no way to explain how it had started. "Goodbye," I screamed again, using both hands to force the planchette toward the appropriate spot on the board. "We're done. This session is over." For a moment the planchette resisted, pulling against my grip like a living thing trying to escape. Then, suddenly, it went limp under my hands and slid easily to the goodbye corner. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The fire collapsed back to its normal size as if someone had thrown a bucket of water on it. The flames that had been threatening to spread to the surrounding trees simply disappeared, leaving no trace of their existence except for the singed sleeping bags and the smell of smoke that hung heavy in the air. Amber and I sat there for a long moment, breathing heavily and staring at the now normal campfire. Our friends were still sleeping peacefully in their bags, completely unaware of what had just transpired. "Did that really just happen?" Amber whispered. I looked at the scorch marks on our sleeping bags, felt the heat still radiating from my flushed skin, and nodded slowly. "Yeah, it really happened." We packed up the Ouija board in silence, neither of us speaking about what we had experienced. There didn't seem to be words for it anyway. How do you describe the moment when reality breaks down and the impossible becomes terrifyingly real? But as we settled into our sleeping bags for what remained of the night, I had the unsettling feeling that this wasn't over. The entity that called itself Joker had demonstrated its power twice now, and both times it had nearly killed me. I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't done with me yet. I lay awake until dawn, watching the trees above us for any sign of movement, listening to every sound the forest made, and trying to convince myself that what had happened was just some kind of mass hallucination brought on by teenage imagination and the power of suggestion. But deep down I knew better. Something had followed us out of that board. Something dark and malevolent that had marked me for its own deadly game. And I was beginning to suspect that the game was far from over. 3 months passed before I encountered the Ouija board again. 3 months during which I tried to convince myself that what had happened at the Creek House had been some kind of shared delusion. A trick of the mind brought on by the isolated setting and teenage hormones. But the scorch marks on those sleeping bags were real enough. And Tyler's parents had found them when we packed up the next morning. They had asked questions about the fire, wondering if we had been careless with our safety. We had made up some story about sparks from green wood, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. School had resumed after winter break, and life had fallen into its normal pattern of classes, homework, and weekend parties. Amber and I rarely talked about that night, though I sometimes caught her looking at me with a strange expression when she thought I wasn't watching. But by late May, when the weather turned warm and school was winding down for the summer, the events at the Creek House had faded enough in my memory that I was beginning to think they might actually have been some kind of bizarre coincidence. That's when my sister suggested we spend the afternoon at our stepfather's automotive shop. Gary owned a small garage on the outskirts of town, the kind of place where local farmers brought their tractors for repair, and teenagers took their first cars for oil changes they couldn't afford to do anywhere else. The main shop was in front, filled with hydraulic lifts and the smell of motor oil. But Gary had converted the back room into a sort of living space where he could take breaks during long repair jobs. The back room wasn't much to look at. Concrete floors, cinder block walls painted an industrial green, and 2 sets of metal bunk beds that Gary had bought surplus from a local military base. but it had a television, a small refrigerator, and enough space for a group of teenagers to hang out without bothering the customers in the front of the shop. My sister and I often spent summer afternoons there with our friends, playing cards or watching soap operas on the old television while Gary worked on cars in the front. It was better than being at home anyway, where our mother would find chores for us to do. That particular afternoon, Jessica and Casey were with us. The same girls who had been sleeping peacefully at the Creek House while Amber and I were nearly killed by supernatural forces. They had brought along some magazines and a deck of cards, and we had been playing a lazy game of poker using pennies for stakes. Around 3 o'clock, Jessica reached into her backpack and pulled out a familiar rectangular box. "Anyone want to try this?" she asked casually, as if she were suggesting we switch to a different card game. My stomach clenched the moment I saw the Ouija board. It was the same one from that night at the Creek House. I was sure of it. The same worn box, the same faded corners, the same sense of something dark waiting patiently inside. "Where did you get that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's been making the rounds," Jessica said with a shrug. "I think Tyler's girlfriend had it before me." "Amber, of course. She must have taken it home after that night, and now it was circulating through our group again like some kind of cursed chain letter." "I don't think that's a good idea," I said. "Oh, come on," Casey chimed in. "It's just a game. Don't tell me you actually believe in this stuff." My sister looked at me with curiosity. She knew something had happened at the Creek House. I had been jumpy and strange for weeks afterward, but I had never told her the details. "We tried it once before," I said carefully. "It didn't go well." "What happened?" Jessica asked, her eyes lighting up with interest. I looked around the room, taking in the concrete walls and metal beds, the single step ladder that led up to the top bunks. It felt safe here, solid and mundane. Surely nothing supernatural could happen in such an ordinary place. "Nothing," I said finally. "Just weird coincidences." "See?" Casey said triumphantly. "It's all just coincidence and suggestion. Come on, it'll be fun." Before I could object further, Jessica had opened the box and spread the board out on the concrete floor between the bunk beds. The familiar letters seemed to gleam in the fluorescent lighting, and I felt that same chill I had experienced months earlier at the Creek House. "I don't want to do this," I said, but even as I spoke I found myself moving closer to the board. There was something compelling about it, something that drew me in despite my better judgment. Part of it was curiosity. I wanted to know if what had happened that night was real, or if I had simply imagined the whole thing. But there was something else too, a darker impulse that whispered that I needed to face this thing again, to prove to myself that I wasn't afraid. We arranged ourselves around the board, sitting cross-legged on the cold concrete. Jessica placed the planchette in the center, and we all reached out to touch it with our fingertips. "Is anyone there?" Jessica asked. The planchette remained motionless for several long minutes, and I began to hope that maybe whatever had been in that board had moved on, had found someone else to torment. Then it began to move, slowly at first, then with growing confidence. "Yes."
"Who are you?"
Casey asked. My heart was already racing before the planchette finished spelling out its answer. Deep down, I think I knew what it was going to say. Joker. The temperature in the back room dropped at least 10 degrees. The moment the planchette finished spelling out that cursed name, I could see my breath misting in the suddenly frigid air, and goosebumps raced up my arms like tiny insects scurrying under my skin. "Joker?" Jessica repeated, seemingly unaware of the dramatic change in atmosphere. "That's a weird name for a spirit." "We should stop," I said urgently, but my voice came out as barely a whisper. Casey laughed. "Why? This is just getting interesting. Ask it something else." My sister was watching me carefully now, reading the fear in my expression. She knew something was wrong, even if she didn't understand what. "What do you want?" Jessica continued, ignoring my obvious distress. The planchette moved with that same frightening confidence I remembered from the Creek House, spelling out its answer with deliberate precision. "Her." "Her," Casey said. "Who do you mean?" The planchette moved to point directly at me, and I felt as if someone had just walked over my grave. This thing, this Joker, had followed me here. It wasn't just some random encounter at a remote campsite. It was personal. "Why her?" my sister asked, speaking for the first time since we had started the session. "TOFINISH? THE GAME. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. I wanted to lift my hands from the planchette, to break the connection and end this nightmare before it could begin again. But just like that night at the Creek House, I found that I couldn't move. My fingers were frozen to the plastic surface as if they had been welded there. "What game?" Jessica asked. "Killingher. The concrete walls around us seemed to close in, and the fluorescent lights overhead began to flicker erratically. The steady hum of the air conditioning that had been running all afternoon suddenly cut out, leaving us in an unnatural silence that was broken only by the sound of our increasingly rapid breathing. "This isn't funny anymore," my sister said, but her voice was shaking. "How are you going to kill her?" Casey asked, apparently still convinced this was all just an elaborate game. The planchette moved to spell out a single word that made my blood freeze. Spiders. Spiders. I looked around the concrete room, noting all the dark corners and crevices where arachnids might hide. The back room had always been dusty and neglected, the kind of place where spiders would naturally congregate. "Spiders?" Jessica laughed nervously. "That's ridiculous. How are spiders going to kill anyone?" But I was remembering something Gary had told us about the building when he first bought it. It had been abandoned for years before he turned it into his shop, and during that time it had become home to all sorts of creatures. He had mentioned finding black widow nests in some of the darker corners, and he had warned us to be careful when moving boxes or reaching into shadowy spaces. "We need to say goodbye," I managed to force out through lips that felt numb with cold. "Right now." "Not yet," Casey protested. "This is just getting good." But Jessica was looking around the room now with growing unease. "Actually, maybe we should—" The planchette lurched into motion again, moving so violently that it nearly flew off the board. "TONIGHT. Tonight?" my sister whispered. The planchette moved to yes, then began circling the board frantically, as if whatever was controlling it was becoming agitated or excited. "Goodbye," I said firmly, using all my strength to try to guide the planchette to the appropriate corner of the board. "We're saying goodbye now." For a moment it resisted, pulling against my grip with that same impossible strength I remembered from the Creek House. Then, suddenly, it went limp and allowed itself to be moved to the goodbye corner. The lights stopped flickering, and the air conditioning hummed back to life. The temperature began to return to normal, though I was still shivering from more than just the cold. "That was intense," Jessica said, but she was already packing up the board with hands that shook slightly. Casey was looking around the room suspiciously, as if she was finally beginning to understand that something genuinely frightening had just occurred. "I think I want to go home," my sister said quietly. We all agreed that it was time to leave. Jessica packed up the board and stuffed it back in her backpack, though I noticed she handled it much more carefully than she had when she first took it out. Gary was in the front of the shop when we emerged from the back room, wrestling with a stubborn carburetor from an old Ford pickup. He looked up as we passed. "You girls leaving already?" he asked. "I thought you were going to hang out for a while." "We changed our minds," my sister said. He looked at us more carefully, noting our pale faces and nervous energy. "Everything okay back there?" "Fine," I said quickly. "We're just ready to go home." Gary shrugged and turned back to his work. "Suit yourselves. Lock up the back room when you leave, would you?" We did as he asked, making sure the door was securely locked behind us. As we walked to our bikes, I noticed that the sun was already beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that reminded me uncomfortably of fire. "Are you really going to stay here tonight?" Jessica asked me as we prepared to part ways. "I have to," I said. "Gary's working late on that Ford, and my sister is going home with her mother. I'm supposed to keep him company and help close up." It was true. Gary often worked late when he had a difficult repair job, and he liked having someone around to hand him tools and keep him company. Usually I enjoyed these evenings at the shop, but tonight the thought of being alone in that back room filled me with dread. "Maybe you should go home too," Casey suggested. I shook my head. "I already promised. Besides, it's just a stupid board game, right? Nothing is really going to happen." But even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. The entity that called itself Joker had made a promise, and based on what I had experienced at the Creek House, I had no reason to doubt its ability to follow through. As my friends rode away on their bikes, I stood in the parking lot of Gary's shop and watched the sun disappear behind the horizon. Darkness was coming, and with it the fulfillment of whatever twisted game Joker had been planning. I had no choice but to wait and see what form my death would take this time. Gary worked until nearly 11 o'clock that night, cursing steadily at the carburetor that refused to cooperate with his efforts to rebuild it. I sat nearby, handing him tools when he asked and trying to distract myself by reading old automotive magazines. But I couldn't concentrate on the articles about engine modifications and tire reviews. My mind kept drifting back to that single word the planchette had spelled out: spiders. Every shadow in the shop seemed to move with potential threats, and I found myself constantly checking the corners of the room for signs of eight-legged creatures. "You're jumpy tonight," Gary observed, wiping grease from his hands with an old rag. "Something bothering you?" "Just tired," I lied. He studied me for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, I'm done for tonight. This thing is going to have to wait until tomorrow, when I can get some parts from the supply house." My heart sank. I had been hoping he would work through the night, that I wouldn't have to face whatever Joker had planned for me alone. "Can't you work on something else?" I asked desperately. Gary raised an eyebrow. "It's 11 o'clock on a school night. Don't you think you should be getting some rest?" "I'm not tired," I said, which was true. The adrenaline coursing through my system was keeping me wide awake. "Well, I am." He began putting away his tools, storing them in the organized system he had developed over years of practice. "You're welcome to stay in the back room if you want. Your mother knows you're here, right?" I nodded. My mother often let me spend the night at Gary's shop when he was working late. She trusted him completely, and it was easier than having him drive me home at midnight. "All right then, I'll see you in the morning." Gary headed for the front door, turning off lights as he went. Soon the main shop was plunged into darkness, leaving only the back room illuminated by its harsh fluorescent fixtures. I stood in the doorway between the shop and the back room, listening as Gary's truck started up and pulled out of the parking lot. The sound of the engine faded into the distance, leaving me utterly alone. The back room looked exactly as it had that afternoon, but somehow it felt different now. More ominous. The metal bunk beds cast sharp shadows on the concrete walls, and the stepladder to the upper bunks looked precarious and unstable. I had brought a sleeping bag from home, and I spread it out on one of the lower bunks, trying to convince myself that everything would be fine. I was just going to sleep, and in the morning, this whole nightmare would be over. But even as I tried to settle down for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at them, and the fluorescent lights buzzed with an irregular rhythm that set my nerves on edge. I lay down on the sleeping bag and closed my eyes, trying to force myself to relax. Maybe nothing would happen. Maybe the whole thing had been just an elaborate psychological game, my own mind playing tricks on me. That's when I heard the first sound. It was soft at first, so quiet that I almost missed it over the hum of the lights. A rustling, like dry leaves being stirred by a gentle breeze. But there were no leaves in the back room, and no breeze to stir them. I opened my eyes and sat up, scanning the room for the source of the noise. At first I saw nothing unusual. Then my gaze fell on the upper bunk directly across from me, and my heart nearly stopped. There was something moving up there in the shadows, something small and dark that scuttled quickly out of sight when the light hit it. A spider. I told myself it was nothing, just a common house spider looking for a dark place to hide. But then I saw another one, and another, emerging from cracks in the concrete walls and spaces between the ceiling tiles. Within minutes, the room was alive with movement. Dozens of spiders were descending from the ceiling on silken strands, their dark bodies visible against the harsh white light. They were everywhere, on the walls, on the ceiling, crawling across the floor with purposeful determination. But these weren't ordinary house spiders. They were larger, darker, and they moved with a coordination that seemed impossible for such simple creatures. They were working together, weaving an elaborate web that stretched from the head of my bunk to the foot, creating a canopy of silk above me. I tried to get up, to run for the door, but I found that my body wouldn't obey. It was as if I was paralyzed, able to see and hear and think, but unable to move. I could only lie there and watch as the spiders continued their work, spinning their web with terrifying efficiency. The web grew thicker and more complex with each passing moment. Soon it formed a complete enclosure around the upper bunk, sealing me in with walls of sticky silk. I could see the spiders moving on the other side of the web, their dark shapes visible through the translucent strands. Then one of them began to descend toward my face. It was a black widow, I realized with growing horror. I could see the distinctive red hourglass marking on its abdomen as it lowered itself on a single strand of silk. It was headed directly for my mouth, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The paralysis that held me was complete. I couldn't even close my eyes or turn my head away as the deadly spider continued its descent. I could only watch as it came closer and closer, knowing that its bite would almost certainly be fatal. 6 inches from my face. 4 inches. 2. The spider paused, hanging just above my lips, as if it was savoring this moment of terror. I could see every detail of its glossy black body, could almost feel the venom dripping from its fangs. Then something inside me snapped. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, I broke free from whatever force had been holding me immobile. I rolled to my right, off the bunk and toward the stepladder, forgetting in my panic that I was on the upper level. I fell hard, my head missing the metal stepladder by inches. I hit the concrete floor with an impact that knocked the wind out of me and sent pain shooting through my shoulder. But the pain was nothing compared to the relief of being free from that web of death. I scrambled to my feet and looked back at the bunk where I had been lying. There was nothing there. No web, no spiders, no sign that anything unusual had occurred at all. I stood there for a long moment, breathing heavily and staring at the perfectly normal upper bunk. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had it been some kind of nightmare so vivid that it seemed real? But the pain in my shoulder was real enough, and I could feel the beginnings of what would probably be spectacular bruises forming where I had hit the floor. I looked around the room one more time, checking every corner and shadow for signs of 8-legged threats. But there was nothing. Just concrete walls, metal beds, and the steady hum of fluorescent lights. It took me several minutes to work up the courage to turn off the lights and try to go to sleep. Even then, I kept the sleeping bag pulled up over my head and listened for any sound that might indicate the return of Joker's arachnid army. But the rest of the night passed without incident, and when Gary arrived the next morning, he found me sleeping peacefully on the lower bunk with no memory of how I had gotten there. I never told anyone the complete truth about what happened that night in Gary's shop. How could I? Who would believe that I had been nearly killed by supernatural spiders that vanished the moment I broke free from their web? Instead, I explained my bruises by saying I had fallen out of the upper bunk while sleeping, which wasn't entirely untrue. Gary accepted this explanation without question. He had fallen out of beds himself as a kid, and he knew how easy it was to get disoriented in an unfamiliar sleeping arrangement. But I knew what I had experienced, and I knew that it wasn't over. The entity that called itself Joker had tried to kill me 3 times now, and each attempt had been more elaborate and terrifying than the last. The falling branch at the Creek House could possibly be explained as coincidence. The fire that had reached out to grab me was harder to dismiss, but could theoretically be attributed to some kind of freak atmospheric phenomenon. But the spiders were different. There was no natural explanation for what I had experienced in that back room. The coordination, the web building, the perfect timing, it all pointed to an intelligence behind the attack, a malevolent consciousness that was using the spirit board as a gateway into our world. Over the following weeks, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next attempt on my life. Every creaking branch made me think of falling trees. Every flickering candle reminded me of flames that moved with purpose. Every spider web in a corner made my skin crawl with remembered terror. But as the summer progressed and nothing happened, I began to wonder if perhaps the game was finally over. Maybe Joker had grown bored with me. Maybe 3 failed attempts had been enough to satisfy whatever twisted need drove it to hunt humans. I was wrong, of course. The game wasn't over. It was just changing. I began to notice that the Ouija board was showing up more frequently at parties and gatherings. Always the same board, always producing the same entity when contacted. But Joker seemed to have lost interest in me specifically. Instead, it was spreading its influence, making contact with other members of our group. Tyler told me about a session where the planchette had spelled out detailed predictions about his future, predictions that later came true with unsettling accuracy. Amber described a night when the board had revealed personal secrets that no one else should have known. Jessica mentioned strange dreams that began after her session in Gary's shop. Dreams filled with dark figures and threatening voices. It was as if Joker was building a network, establishing connections with as many people as possible. But why? What was the purpose of expanding its influence beyond our small group? I got my answer on a warm evening in August, exactly 1 year after my first encounter with the entity at the Creek House. I was at another party, this one at Ben's house while his parents were out of town. The usual crowd was there, plus a few newer faces, kids who had recently joined our group and were eager to fit in with the older teenagers. Someone had brought the board, of course. They always did now. It had become as much a fixture at our parties as beer and cigarettes, a guaranteed source of entertainment and thrills. But this time was different. This time when we made contact with Joker, it had a message specifically for me. TIMETOCHOOSE. Choose what? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling that I already knew the answer. THEMORYOU. The room fell silent as everyone processed what the entity was proposing. It was offering me a choice. My life, or the lives of my friends. What do you mean? Someone whispered. STOP. PLAYING. ANDTHEY. DIE. The ultimatum was clear. If I refused to continue the game, to continue being hunted by this supernatural predator, it would turn its attention to everyone else in our group. The people I cared about would become targets in my place. How do I know you'll keep your word? I asked. The planchette moved to spell out a single word that chilled me to the bone. TRUST. And somehow, horribly, I did trust it. This entity, this Joker, had shown me its power repeatedly. It had proven that it could reach into our world and cause real harm. If it said it would kill my friends, I believed it would find a way to do exactly that. I need time to think, I said. TOMORROW. The session ended abruptly after that, the planchette going dead under our fingers as if someone had simply turned off a switch. But the weight of the choice it had given me pressed down on my shoulders like a physical burden. I could continue playing Joker's game, knowing that it would eventually find a way to kill me. Or I could refuse, and watch as it systematically destroyed everyone I cared about instead. It wasn't really a choice at all. That night, I made my decision. I would continue the game, would continue to be hunted by this thing from beyond the veil of death. But I would also fight back. I would find a way to turn the tables, to become the hunter instead of the hunted. Joker wanted to play a game of death. Fine, but it was going to discover that I was a more dangerous opponent than it had bargained for. The game was far from over, but the rules were about to change. And this time, I was going to be the one setting the terms. I was 17 when everything changed. The memory still burns in my mind like a brand, refusing to fade even after all these years. It was late October, and the autumn air carried that crisp bite that made your breath visible in small puffs of vapor. Lucas had been pestering Amanda and me for weeks about this midnight hike he wanted to take through Crimson Ridge Forest, about 20 miles outside our small town. Come on, he'd said that afternoon as we sat in the school cafeteria, picking at our lunch. It's going to be a full moon tonight. Perfect visibility, and the leaves are at their peak color. Even in moonlight it'll be incredible. His enthusiasm was infectious, though I noticed Amanda shifting uncomfortably in her seat. Amanda had always been the cautious one among us. Where Lucas saw adventure, she saw potential disaster. But that day something in her expression seemed different. Not just cautious, but genuinely troubled. Her usually bright eyes held shadows I'd never seen before. I don't know, Lucas, she said, pushing her untouched sandwich around her tray. My grandmother used to tell stories about those woods. Bad things have happened there over the years. Lucas rolled his eyes dramatically. Your grandmother also thinks that walking under ladders will kill you, and that breaking mirrors brings 7 years of bad luck. Come on, Amanda. Don't tell me you actually believe in old wives' tales. I found myself caught between them, as usual. Lucas's excitement was hard to resist. He had a way of making everything sound like the adventure of a lifetime. But Amanda's concern was equally compelling, especially since she rarely expressed such strong opposition to our plans. What kind of stories? I asked, genuinely curious. Amanda glanced around the cafeteria, as if checking to make sure no one was listening. Disappearances, she said quietly. People going into those woods and never coming out. My grandmother says there are places in there where the very air feels wrong, where sounds don't carry the way they should. People get lost in woods all the time. Lucas countered. That doesn't mean there's anything supernatural going on. They probably just got turned around and died of exposure or fell into ravines. It's tragic, but it's not mysterious. Looking back now, I wish I had listened to Amanda's instincts. I wish I had pushed harder for details about those stories her grandmother told. But I was 17, and 17-year-olds think they're invincible. The idea of real danger seemed as remote as the surface of the moon. "Fine," I said finally, "but we stick together no matter what. And we bring flashlights, extra batteries, and we tell someone where we're going." Amanda looked like she wanted to protest further, but she must have seen the determination in both Lucas's and my faces. "If we're doing this," she said slowly, "we go prepared. Real preparation, not just grabbing a couple of flashlights and hoping for the best." So that evening we met at Lucas's house to plan our route and pack our supplies. His parents were out of town for the weekend, which made it easier to prepare without questions. We spread out topographical maps of Crimson Ridge Forest across his kitchen table, tracing possible hiking routes with our fingers. The forest covered nearly 40 square miles of dense woodland, with only a few marked trails cutting through it. Most of the interior remained unmapped wilderness, which both thrilled and unnerved me. Lucas had identified what looked like a relatively straightforward loop trail that would take us about 3 hours to complete, perfect timing to be back at the car well before dawn. "See?" he said, pointing to the map. "We stick to this main trail here, take this loop around Stony Creek, and we're back to the parking area. Simple." But as I studied the map more closely, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten slightly. The loop trail passed very close to an area marked only with elevation lines, and the ominous notation, "Difficult terrain, experienced hikers only." "What about this section here?" I asked, pointing to the unmarked area. Lucas squinted at the map. "Probably just rocky or steep. The trail doesn't actually go through it, just near it. We'll be fine." Amanda, who had been unusually quiet during our planning session, suddenly spoke up. "My grandmother mentioned a place in those woods called Devil's Hollow. She said it was a depression in the forest floor where nothing grew right, where animals wouldn't go." "Did she say where it was located?" I asked. Amanda shook her head. She never gave specifics, just said it was deep in the woods, away from the main trails. She looked at the map, her finger hovering over the unmarked area I'd noticed. But if I had to guess, we all stared at that blank space on the map, and for a moment none of us spoke. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows of Lucas's house. The sound made me jump slightly, though I tried to hide it. "Look," Lucas said, breaking the silence. "We're overthinking this. It's just a hike. We've hiked before. We know what we're doing." But even he sounded less certain than usual. By 11:30 that night, we were parked at the Crimson Ridge Forest trailhead, an isolated gravel lot surrounded by towering pines that seemed to absorb what little light the moon provided. The forest loomed before us like a solid wall of darkness, and I felt my confidence wavering as I stared into those impenetrable shadows. The parking area was completely deserted, which wasn't surprising given the hour, but the solitude felt oppressive rather than peaceful. Our footsteps crunched loudly on the gravel as we gathered our gear, and every sound seemed amplified in the stillness. Amanda pulled her jacket tighter around herself. "It's colder than I expected," she said, though I suspected the chill she felt had nothing to do with temperature. We'd each packed a heavy-duty flashlight, extra batteries, water, energy bars, and a basic first aid kit. Lucas had insisted on bringing his portable radio, though he'd only been able to pick up static when he'd tested it earlier. I carried a whistle and a small knife that had belonged to my grandfather. "Radio check," Lucas said, flicking on his device. Static filled the air, occasionally broken by fragments of distant voices that faded in and out like ghosts. "Well, it's not much, but it's something." The trailhead marker stood at the edge of the forest, its reflective lettering catching our flashlight beams. Crimson Ridge Forest Trail 3.2 miles loop moderate difficulty miles. Hikers enter at own risk. Below that in smaller print, trail closes at sunset. Night hiking not recommended. "Cheerful," I muttered, playing my flashlight beam across the sign. "Probably just liability stuff," Lucas said, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. We clicked on our flashlights and stepped onto the trail. Immediately the forest seemed to swallow us. The thick canopy above blocked out most of the moonlight, leaving only narrow shafts of silver light that made the shadows seem deeper and more menacing. The trail was well maintained near the entrance, with clearly marked boundaries and occasional mile markers. Our footsteps fell into a steady rhythm on the packed earth, and for the first 20 minutes or so, the hike felt almost normal. We talked in hushed voices about school, movies, plans for the weekend. But as we moved deeper into the forest, conversation began to die away. There was something about the oppressive darkness that made speech feel inappropriate, almost sacrilegious. The only sounds were our breathing, our footsteps, and the occasional crack of a branch or rustle of leaves that made us all freeze and sweep our flashlight beams toward the source. "How are you guys doing?" I asked after we'd been walking in silence for several minutes. "Fine," Amanda replied, but her voice was tight with tension. "This is amazing," Lucas said, though he didn't sound particularly amazed. "Just listen to how quiet it is." He was right. The forest was unnaturally quiet. I'd been on night hikes before, and usually there were sounds. Owls hooting, small animals moving through the underbrush, insects chirping. But here the silence was so complete it felt almost solid, pressing against our eardrums. We'd been walking for about 45 minutes when we reached the first trail junction. According to our map, this was where the main trail split, with one path leading to the loop around Stony Creek and the other continuing straight toward the forest's interior. But when we arrived at the junction, we found something that hadn't been marked on our map. A third trail, barely more than a deer path, branching off into the darkness to our left. "That's not on the map," Amanda said, comparing what she saw with the folded paper in her hands. I played my flashlight along the unmarked trail. It was narrower than the official paths, and the undergrowth pressed in close on both sides. Something about it made my skin crawl, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. "Probably just an old trail that's been abandoned," Lucas suggested. "Or maybe a ranger's access path." But as I studied the path more closely, I noticed something disturbing. The vegetation along its edges looked wrong somehow, stunted and discolored, as if something had poisoned the soil. Even stranger, I couldn't see any signs of animal tracks in the soft earth, despite the clear evidence of deer and smaller creatures along the main trail. "We stick to the map," I said firmly. "The loop trail is this way." But as we turned to follow the marked path, I couldn't shake the feeling that the unmarked trail was somehow watching us leave, waiting patiently for us to change our minds. The loop trail led us deeper into the forest, winding through groves of ancient oaks and maples whose branches formed a cathedral ceiling high above our heads. In daylight it might have been beautiful. At midnight, with only our flashlight beams to penetrate the darkness, it felt like walking through a vast living tomb. We'd been hiking for over an hour when Amanda suddenly stopped, causing Lucas and me to nearly bump into her. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. We all stood perfectly still, straining our ears. At first I heard nothing but the usual forest silence. Then, very faintly, I caught it. A sound like breathing, slow and deep, coming from somewhere ahead of us on the trail. "Wind," Lucas suggested, but his voice was uncertain. I aimed my flashlight beam down the trail, but the light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness after only a few yards. The breathing sound continued, rhythmic and disturbing, like something large inhaling and exhaling just beyond the reach of our vision. "Maybe we should turn back," Amanda said, and for the first time that night, I found myself agreeing with her. But just as we were preparing to retreat, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was even more unnerving than the breathing had been, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting to see what we would do. "It's probably nothing," I said, trying to convince myself as much as them. "Animals make all kinds of weird sounds at night." We continued forward, but now every step felt like a deliberate choice rather than simply following the trail. My senses were hyper-alert, cataloging every shadow, every unusual shape in the darkness around us. That's when we started noticing the trees. At first it was just an odd mark here and there, gouges in the bark that looked too regular to be natural. But as we progressed, the marks became more frequent and more disturbing. Deep scratches ran in parallel lines up the trunks, far higher than any animal we knew of could reach. "Bear claw marks?" Lucas suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. I approached one of the marked trees and examined the gouges more closely with my flashlight. The scratches were deep, cutting through the bark and into the wood beneath. But they were too precise, too evenly spaced to be from claws. They looked almost deliberate, as if something had been using the trees to sharpen tools. "These aren't from animals," I said quietly. Amanda came up beside me and studied the marks. "They're fresh," she observed. "Look, there's still sap bleeding from some of them." She was right. Sticky resin gleamed in our flashlight beams, indicating that whatever had made these marks had done so recently, possibly within the last few days or even hours. We found more marked trees as we continued, and each discovery made my anxiety level spike higher. The marks weren't random. They followed a pattern along the trail, as if something was deliberately marking territory or leaving a trail for others to follow. "Guys," Lucas said, his voice tight with concern, "look at this." He was standing beside a particularly large oak tree, his flashlight beam focused on something carved into the bark. As we approached, I saw what had caught his attention. Symbols, crude but intentional, cut deep into the wood. They weren't letters from any alphabet I recognized, but there was something unmistakably deliberate about their formation. "What do you think they mean?" Amanda asked. "I have no idea," I replied, "but I don't think they're natural formations." The symbols looked fresh, like the claw marks we'd been finding. Whoever or whatever was making these markings was active in this forest. And recently, the thought made my stomach turn. We took pictures of the symbols with our phones, though the camera flashes seemed incredibly bright in the surrounding darkness, making me worry about drawing unwanted attention to ourselves. Each flash was followed by several seconds of temporary blindness as our eyes readjusted, leaving us vulnerable and disoriented. "I don't like this," Amanda said after we documented several of the marked trees. "Someone or something is using this forest, and I don't think they're friendly." "But who would be out here?" Lucas asked. "It's the middle of nowhere." That was exactly what worried me. Normal people didn't come out to isolated forests in the middle of the night to carve symbols into trees and make deep gouges in the bark. The only people who might do such things were the kind of people we definitely didn't want to encounter while alone, and miles from help. "We should head back," I said, finally voicing what I'd been thinking for the past several minutes. But when we turned around to retrace our steps, we discovered something that made my heart skip several beats. The trail behind us looked completely different from what we remembered. The path we'd been following was gone. In its place was a narrow track that wound between different trees, over different terrain, heading in what seemed like a completely different direction. Our flashlight beams revealed nothing familiar. Not the marked trees we'd passed, not the distinctive boulder we'd used as a landmark 20 minutes earlier. Nothing. "This isn't right," Amanda said, her voice barely controlled. "This isn't where we came from." I pulled out the map, though I already knew it would be useless. We'd been following a clearly marked trail, and now that trail simply didn't exist. Either we'd somehow wandered onto a different path without realizing it, or the forest itself had changed around us. "The trail must have branched without us noticing," Lucas said, but he didn't sound convinced. "We just need to backtrack until we find the main path again." So we started walking back the way we'd come. But after 10 minutes of hiking, nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed different. The terrain was wrong. And most disturbing of all, we couldn't find any of the symbol-carved trees we'd photographed just a short while earlier. "This is impossible," I muttered, studying the map by flashlight. "We couldn't have gotten this lost this quickly." Amanda had stopped walking and was turning in slow circles, sweeping her flashlight beam around us. "The stars are wrong," she said suddenly. "What?" "The stars. Look up." She pointed her flashlight beam upward, toward the small patches of sky visible through the canopy. When we started hiking, the Big Dipper was over there, above that ridge. Now it's in completely the wrong place. I looked up and felt a wave of disorientation wash over me. She was right. The constellations that should have been in the western sky were now visible through breaks in the canopy to the east. Either we'd been hiking much longer than we thought, or we'd somehow gotten turned around so thoroughly that we were facing the opposite direction. "We need to stop and think," I said, fighting to keep panic out of my voice. "Getting more lost isn't going to help us." We found a small clearing where we could sit and assess our situation. Lucas tried his radio again, but got nothing but static. Our cell phones showed no signal, which wasn't surprising given our location, but was still disheartening. "Okay," I said, spreading the map on the ground between us. "Let's figure out where we went wrong." But as we studied the map, trying to match landmarks with what we remembered seeing, a horrible realization began to dawn on me. The landscape around us didn't match anything on the map. The elevation was wrong, the vegetation was different, and most disturbing of all, we could hear running water nearby, a stream or creek that didn't appear on any of our charts. "There's no water marked in this area," Amanda said, pointing to our supposed location on the map. The sound of running water was definitely coming from somewhere close by, maybe 50 yards to our north. Water meant we could follow it downstream until it joined a larger creek or river, which might lead us back to civilization. But it also meant we were in unmapped territory, far from any established trails. Should we follow the water? Lucas asked. Before I could answer, we heard something that made us all freeze. Voices, distant but unmistakably human, coming from the direction of the stream. At first, I felt a wave of relief. Other people meant we weren't alone, meant potential help with navigation, meant a way out of our predicament. But as the voices grew slightly clearer, that relief turned to unease. The voices were low, guttural, speaking in what sounded like a language I'd never heard before. They had a chanting quality, rising and falling in rhythmic patterns that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And underneath the voices I could hear other sounds, scraping, like metal on stone, and occasionally what sounded like muffled cries. "What language is that?" Amanda whispered. None of us had an answer. The chanting continued, sometimes loud enough that we could almost make out individual words, sometimes fading until it was barely audible above the sound of running water, but it never stopped completely, and it never sounded like anything resembling normal human conversation. "We need to get out of here," I said quietly, "right now." But as we prepared to leave the clearing, we realized we faced another problem. We had no idea which direction to go. Every path leading away from the clearing looked equally dark and forbidding. We could try to move away from the voices, but in the darkness and our disoriented state, we might just end up walking in circles or heading directly toward whatever was making those disturbing sounds. "We stick together no matter what," I said, "and we move as quietly as possible." We chose what seemed like the most promising path, one that led uphill, away from the stream and the voices, and began walking as carefully as we could. Every snapped twig under our feet sounded like a gunshot in the stillness, and we had to use our flashlights sparingly to avoid attracting attention. Behind us, the chanting continued, and occasionally we heard other sounds that made our situation feel increasingly desperate. Dogs barking, or something that sounded like dogs, and the distant crackle of a fire. We'd been walking uphill for about 20 minutes when Amanda grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my jacket with desperate strength. "Turn off your lights," she whispered urgently. "All of them, right now." "What? Why?" "Just do it." Something in her voice made me comply immediately. Lucas must have heard the same tone because his flashlight went dark at the same moment mine did. We were plunged into absolute darkness, so complete that I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. For several seconds we stood perfectly still, waiting for our eyes to adjust. Gradually, the faintest hints of moonlight began to filter through the canopy above, providing just enough illumination to distinguish shapes from shadows. "What did you see?" I breathed. "Lights," Amanda whispered back, moving through the trees, following us. I strained my eyes, scanning the forest behind us. At first I saw nothing unusual, just the dark outlines of trees and undergrowth. Then I caught it, a faint glow moving between the trunks about 100 yards back, bobbing slightly as if someone was carrying a lantern or flashlight. "How long have they been following us?" Lucas asked. "I don't know. I just noticed them a few minutes ago." We watched the light move through the forest, and gradually realized there wasn't just one. There were at least 3 separate sources of illumination, spread out in what looked like a search pattern. They were definitely tracking us, moving methodically through the woods in our direction. "Could be other hikers," Lucas suggested hopefully. "Maybe they're lost too." But even as he said it, I knew it wasn't true. The way the lights moved was too purposeful, too coordinated, and normal hikers would be calling out, trying to establish contact with other people in the forest. These lights moved in silence, with the patience of hunters stalking prey. "We need to move," I said. "Now." We began climbing more quickly, abandoning our attempts at stealth in favor of putting distance between ourselves and whoever was following us. Behind us, the lights began moving faster as well, as if they detected our flight. The terrain grew more difficult as we climbed, with loose rocks and hidden roots that threatened to trip us with every step. We had to use our flashlights occasionally to avoid walking off cliffs or into trees, but each time we turned them on, I worried we were broadcasting our location to our pursuers. After an exhausting climb that left us all gasping for air, we reached what felt like a ridge line. Through breaks in the trees, we could see lights scattered throughout the valley below us. Not the electric lights of a town, but fires and torches arranged in patterns that made no sense from our vantage point. "What is all that?" Lucas panted. The fires formed rough circles and lines, like some kind of diagram drawn in flame across the forest floor. As we watched, some of the lights began moving, rearranging themselves into new patterns. It looked ritualistic, ceremonial, and deeply unsettling. "I don't think we're lost," Amanda said quietly. "I think we've wandered into something we were never supposed to see." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the night air. The evidence was mounting that we'd stumbled into the territory of some group that valued privacy above all else, and probably didn't appreciate witnesses to whatever they were doing in these remote woods. "The car," I said. "We have to get back to the car." But which direction was it? We'd been turned around so many times that I had no sense of direction left. The ridge we were on could be facing any compass point, and the fires below us gave no clues about our location relative to the parking area where we'd started. Lucas pulled out his radio and tried desperately to raise someone. Park rangers, police, anyone who might be able to help us. But all he got was static, punctuated occasionally by brief bursts of what sounded like the same guttural language we'd heard by the stream. "They're on the radio frequency," he said, his voice hollow with fear. "They're coordinating." That's when we heard the dogs. The barking started from multiple locations in the valley below, and within seconds it was echoing from the ridges around us as well. But these weren't the friendly barks of domestic dogs. They were the deep, savage sounds of hunting animals, and they were getting closer. "Run," I said, grabbing my friends by their arms. "We run now." We plunged down the far side of the ridge, crashing through undergrowth and stumbling over obstacles we couldn't see. Behind us, the barking grew louder and more excited, as if the dogs had found our scent. The sound of pursuit was getting closer with terrifying speed. Whatever was chasing us moved through the forest far more easily than we did, familiar with terrain that was alien and treacherous to us. I could hear branches snapping and leaves rustling as multiple pursuers closed the distance. "There," Amanda shouted, pointing ahead. Through the trees I could see a structure, some kind of building silhouetted against the sky. It was our first sign of civilization since we'd gotten lost, and right then it looked like salvation. We ran toward it with the last of our strength, the sounds of pursuit growing louder behind us. As we got closer, I could see it was an old cabin, probably abandoned judging by its condition. The roof sagged, several windows were broken, and the whole structure looked like it might collapse at any moment. But it had walls and a door, and right then that was all that mattered. The cabin door was unlocked, hanging slightly ajar as if inviting us inside. We pushed through it, and immediately barricaded the entrance with a heavy wooden table we found near the window. The interior was thick with dust, and the musty smell of decay, but after hours of running through the forest it felt like a fortress. Lucas tried to secure the windows while Amanda and I explored the single room that made up the cabin's interior. By flashlight we could see it had been abandoned for years, maybe decades. Old furniture sat covered in dust sheets, and the wooden floor was littered with debris that had fallen from the deteriorating roof. But what caught my attention immediately were the walls. Every surface was covered with symbols, carved, painted, and scratched into the wood. Some looked similar to the markings we'd found on the trees, but others were completely different, more complex and disturbing. They seemed to tell a story of some kind, though not one I wanted to understand. "Look at this," Amanda said, her voice tight with fear. She was standing near what had once been a fireplace, her flashlight beam focused on the mantelpiece. Arranged along its length were dozens of small objects that gleamed dully in the light. Teeth, animal bones, and other things I didn't want to examine too closely. "Someone's been using this place," I said, noting that despite the cabin's decrepit appearance, some areas were relatively clean, as if they were regularly maintained. That's when we heard the voices outside. They were close now, just beyond the cabin walls, speaking in that same guttural language we'd heard before. I counted at least 4 distinct voices, maybe more, and they seemed to be surrounding the building. We turned off our flashlights immediately and huddled together in the center of the room, straining to hear what was happening outside. The voices rose and fell in what sounded like discussion, occasionally punctuated by sounds I couldn't identify, scraping, clicking, and something that might have been laughter. Then came the testing of the door. The handle turned slowly, stopped when it met the resistance of our barricade, then turned back. This was repeated several times, as if whoever was outside was carefully assessing the obstacle. Then the pressure against the door increased, steady and patient, gradually growing stronger. Our makeshift barricade began to shift, the table legs scraping against the wooden floor with sounds that seemed impossibly loud in the confined space. I put my shoulder against the table, and Lucas joined me. But we could feel the relentless pressure from outside slowly overcoming our efforts. "The window," Amanda whispered, pointing toward the back of the cabin. One of the rear windows was large enough to climb through, though several of its panes were broken. We could escape that way, but it would mean abandoning our defensive position and running blind into the forest again. The pressure on the door increased suddenly, and we heard splintering wood. Our barricade was failing. "Now," I said. We rushed to the window, and I used my jacket to clear away the remaining shards of glass. Amanda climbed through first, then Lucas. As I prepared to follow, I heard the door give way completely, the table sliding across the floor with a screech of protest. I threw myself through the window just as footsteps entered the cabin behind me. We hit the ground running, not bothering to check if we'd been seen. Behind us, lights appeared in the cabin windows, and voices rose in what sounded like angry discussion. We ran into the forest again, branches tearing at our clothes and faces, our flashlights creating wild patterns of light and shadow as we stumbled through the undergrowth. The sounds of pursuit resumed immediately, closer than ever. But something had changed. The voices behind us sounded different now. More urgent, more frustrated. Whatever these people had planned for us, we disrupted it by escaping the cabin, and they weren't happy about it. "This way," Lucas gasped, pointing toward what looked like a clearer path through the trees. We followed him, though I worried we were just making it easier for our pursuers to track us. The path led downhill, winding between massive boulders and through stands of pine that made the darkness even more impenetrable. After several minutes of desperate running, the sounds of pursuit began to fade. Either we were outrunning them, or they'd given up the chase. But I didn't trust our apparent escape. Nothing had been that simple since we'd entered these woods. "Listen," Amanda said, grabbing my arm. We stopped, breathing heavily, and strained our ears. The forest around us was silent except for the sound of running water somewhere ahead. But there was something else, something that made my skin crawl. A low humming sound, barely at the edge of hearing, that seemed to come from the very air around us. "Do you hear that?" she asked. I did hear it, and it was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The humming had an almost hypnotic quality, making me feel drowsy despite the adrenaline still coursing through my system. Lucas was swaying slightly on his feet, his eyes unfocused. "Don't listen to it," I said, grabbing both my friends and shaking them. "Whatever that is, don't let it get into your head." But even as I said it, I could feel the humming working on my own consciousness, making my thoughts sluggish and my vision blurry. It was like being drugged, and I had to fight to maintain my focus. That's when I saw the lights again, not behind us this time, but ahead, waiting among the trees like patient predators. We were surrounded. Lights formed a rough circle around our position, each one held steady by an invisible figure standing in the darkness. The humming sound grew stronger, and I felt my resolve weakening with each passing second. Beside me, Amanda and Lucas were both struggling to stay alert, their movements becoming sluggish and uncoordinated. "Stay awake," I managed to say through gritted teeth. "Whatever happens, stay awake." One of the lights began moving toward us, and gradually I could make out the shape of a person behind it. Tall, dressed in dark clothing, face hidden in shadow. As it approached, others began converging as well, closing the circle around us. "You shouldn't have come here," the figure said, and I was shocked to hear clear, unaccented English instead of the guttural language we'd been hearing all night. "We're lost," I said, forcing myself to speak clearly despite the disorienting effects of the humming. "We were just hiking. We didn't mean to disturb anyone." The figure stopped about 10 feet away, close enough that I could see more details. The person was wearing some kind of uniform, military or paramilitary, with insignia I didn't recognize. Behind the light, I caught glimpses of a face that looked normal, human, but somehow wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. "Lost," the figure repeated, and there was something that might have been amusement in its voice. "Yes, you are very lost indeed, farther from home than you could possibly imagine." "What do you want with us?" Amanda asked, though her words were slurred as if she were drunk. "Want? We don't want anything. You've simply seen things you weren't supposed to see, been places you weren't supposed to go. That creates complications. More figures emerged from behind the lights, and I could see now that there were at least a dozen of them surrounding us. They all had that same wrong quality, as if they were human but not quite, familiar but fundamentally alien. What kind of complications? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. The kind that require permanent solutions, the figure replied. That's when I noticed something that made my heart race with terror. The ground beneath our feet was wrong. What I'd taken for ordinary forest floor was actually covered with a layer of something white and chalky. In the combined light of all those flashlights, I could see that the white material was scattered with small, recognizable shapes. Bones. Human bones. Weathered and bleached, mixed with fragments of clothing and other personal effects. We were standing in a mass grave. God help us, Amanda whispered, and I knew she'd seen it too. Your God isn't here, the figure said. This place is outside his jurisdiction, you might say. Outside anyone's jurisdiction. The humming grew stronger, and I felt my legs begin to buckle. Whatever these people were, whatever this place was, we'd stumbled into something far worse than a simple case of getting lost in the woods. We'd found something that shouldn't exist, something that had been hidden in these remote forests for reasons I was only beginning to understand. Please, Lucas said, his voice barely audible. We won't tell anyone. We'll never come back. We'll forget this ever happened. You will indeed forget, the figure agreed. Just not in the way you're hoping. The circle began closing in, and I knew we had only seconds before whatever was going to happen would happen. In desperation, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the whistle I'd brought, the one my grandfather had given me years ago. It was a military whistle, designed to be heard over great distances, and right then it was our only remaining hope. I put it to my lips and blew with all the strength I had left. The sound that emerged was impossibly loud, a piercing shriek that cut through the humming and echoed off the surrounding ridges. The effect on our captors was immediate and dramatic. They recoiled as if they'd been physically struck, their lights wavering and several figures stumbling backward. Run, I shouted, grabbing Amanda and Lucas. We burst through the wavering circle, the whistle's sound still echoing around us. Behind us I could hear angry voices, and the sounds of rapid movement. But the disorienting effect of the whistle seemed to have given us a crucial few seconds head start. We ran blindly through the forest, no longer caring about direction or destination, focused only on putting distance between ourselves and that horrible place. The whistle had bought us time, but I knew it wouldn't last long. I don't know how long we ran, or how far. Time seemed distorted, elastic, stretching and compressing in ways that made no sense. Sometimes it felt like we'd been running for hours, sometimes like only minutes had passed since we'd escaped the circle of lights. But gradually, impossibly, the darkness began to fade. At first I thought it was just wishful thinking, but as we continued our desperate flight through the forest, I could see that the sky was definitely getting lighter. Dawn was approaching, and with it came the first genuine hope I'd felt all night. The sun, Amanda gasped, pointing toward the eastern horizon where the first hints of golden light were beginning to appear. The approaching daylight seemed to have an effect on our pursuers as well. The sounds of chase that had been constant throughout our flight began to fade, growing more distant with each passing minute. By the time the sun finally cleared the horizon, casting long shafts of warm light through the forest canopy, the pursuit had ended completely. We collapsed against a fallen log, exhausted and shaking, watching the sunrise with the gratitude of people who hadn't expected to see another day. The ordinary beauty of morning light filtering through autumn leaves felt like a miracle after the horrors of the night. Look, Lucas said weakly, pointing through the trees. About half a mile away, I could see something that made my heart leap. A road. Not a trail or a forest path, but an actual paved road with the morning sun glinting off the windshields of passing cars. We stumbled toward it, supporting each other when exhaustion threatened to drop us to our knees. When we finally reached the roadside, we found ourselves on Highway 47, about 15 miles from where we'd started our hike. A passing motorist stopped to help us, a middle-aged woman who took one look at our condition and immediately offered to drive us back to our car. "What happened to you kids?" she asked as we climbed gratefully into her vehicle. "You look like you've been through hell." "We got lost," I said, which was true as far as it went. We were hiking and took a wrong turn. She drove us back to the Crimson Ridge Forest parking area, where our car sat exactly as we'd left it 12 hours earlier. In the morning sunlight, the forest looked peaceful and inviting. Nothing like the nightmare landscape we'd experienced in the darkness. "Thank you," Amanda said to our rescuer as we got out of her car. "We can't tell you how grateful we are." "Just be more careful next time," the woman replied. "These woods can be dangerous at night." If only she knew how dangerous. We drove home in silence, each lost in our own thoughts about what we'd experienced. By unspoken agreement, we didn't discuss the events of that night, not then and not in the weeks that followed. What could we say? Who would believe us? But the experience changed us all. Amanda moved away the following year, transferring to a college on the other side of the country. Lucas became withdrawn, jumping at shadows and avoiding any mention of hiking or camping. And me? I started researching the history of Crimson Ridge Forest, looking for clues about what we might have encountered. What I found disturbed me even more than the experience itself. Over the past 50 years, dozens of people had gone missing in those woods. Hikers, campers, hunters. They'd entered the forest and simply vanished, leaving no trace despite extensive search efforts. The disappearances followed a pattern. They always occurred during the new moon, when the nights were at their darkest, and they always happened to people who had wandered off the established trails. I also found records of government activity in the area dating back to the 1940s, classified projects that had required large sections of the forest to be closed to the public for extended periods. What those projects involved remained classified, but I found references to behavioral research, psychological warfare studies, and something called Project Deep Woods that had been active in the area for over 2 decades. Looking back now, I think we encountered something that night that wasn't supposed to exist, at least not officially. Whether it was a government experiment gone wrong, a secret facility testing new forms of psychological manipulation, or something else entirely, I may never know. What I do know is this: there are places in this world where normal rules don't apply, where the darkness hides things that were never meant to see daylight. Crimson Ridge Forest is one of those places, and despite everything I experienced that night, part of me is still tempted to return, to try to understand what we really encountered in those woods. But I won't. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some doors better left unopened. The forest is still there, still calling to adventurous hikers who think they know what they're getting into. I hope they're smarter than we were. I hope they stay on the marked trails. And I hope they never ever venture into those woods on a night when the moon is dark, and the shadows seem to move with purpose all their own. Because if they do, they might discover, as we did, that some nightmares are real, and some of them are still waiting in the darkness, patient as predators, for the next group of lost souls to wander into their domain. The GPS coordinates blinked on my dashboard. 61 Turk, 34 Min, 151 Turk, 12, 3 hikers, missing for 72 hours in the Musquedo Wilderness. I'd been a park ranger for 12 years, but something about this call felt wrong from the start. My name is Marcus Reed, and I've pulled dozens of lost tourists out of these woods. The Musquedo spans 400,000 acres of untouched Alaskan wilderness, where cell towers are myths and the nearest road ends 40 miles from where I was heading. Most people who get lost here are found within a day or two, dehydrated and scared but alive. After 3 days, especially in October, the odds drop fast. The missing hikers were experienced. James Brennan, 34, wilderness guide. His girlfriend Maya Delacroix, 29, nurse practitioner, and Derek Kushner, 31, wildlife photographer. Their planned route would take them through Crying Woman Pass to Lake Nucleocayet, a 5-day trek that seasoned hikers could manage without much trouble. They'd filed all the proper paperwork, carried satellite phones, and knew the terrain. None of it mattered now. I loaded my pack with standard search gear. Emergency medical supplies, rope, flares, extra food and water. My rifle went in last, a Remington 700 in .306. Brown bears were common here, and this late in the season, they were aggressive, trying to pack on weight before winter. But as I secured the weapon, my grandmother's words echoed in my mind, a warning she'd given me 30 years ago when I was just a kid. Some things in the forest aren't bears, Marcus. Some things wear the skins of what they kill. The helicopter dropped me at the trailhead just after dawn. Pilot wouldn't stick around, weather was coming in, and he needed to beat it back to Anchorage. I'd have to hike out with whoever I found, assuming I found anyone at all. The trail started easy enough, winding through stands of black spruce and paper birch. Morning frost crunched under my boots. I'd studied the hiker's intended route. But I also knew how quickly people could get turned around out here. The forest had a way of swallowing trails, especially after rain, and we'd had plenty last week. 2 hours in, I found their first campsite. The fire ring was properly constructed. Bear canisters hung at regulation height. Everything looked normal except for one detail. They'd left gear behind. A sleeping bag, still in its compression sack. A camp stove with a full fuel canister. Nobody abandons equipment like that unless something forces them to move fast. I photographed everything and checked my GPS. They should have been moving northwest from here, following Musquedo Creek toward the pass. Instead, tracks led northeast, directly into a section of forest the locals called the Hungry Trees. Dense spruce canopy blocked most sunlight there, creating a maze of shadows and deadfall. Even experienced hikers avoided it. The tracks were strange. 3 sets of boots. Yes, but they moved in perfect synchronization, like they were walking in formation. No meandering, no stopping to rest or check directions. Just a straight line into the darkest part of the forest. I've tracked a lot of lost hikers, and panicked people don't move like that. They circle back, they zigzag, they leave signs of confusion. This looked purposeful, controlled. I followed. What else could I do? The forest changed as I moved deeper. The usual bird calls faded to nothing. No squirrels chittering in the branches. No rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The silence was complete, pressing against my eardrums like deep water. Even my footsteps seemed muted, absorbed by the thick carpet of pine needles. 3 miles in, I found the second campsite. This one was wrong in every way. The tent was set up backwards, door facing a massive spruce trunk instead of outward. Sleeping bags were arranged in a perfect triangle inside, but they'd been turned inside out, the insulation exposed to the cold ground. Food was scattered everywhere. Energy bars, dried fruit, jerky, all untouched, despite clear signs that animals had investigated the camp. A fox had walked right through the middle of it all, leaving tracks in the disturbed earth, but hadn't taken a single bite. My radio crackled with static. I tried calling base, but got nothing. Not unusual this deep in the Musquedo, but the timing made my skin prickle. The temperature was dropping faster than the weather report had predicted. My breath came out in white clouds, and frost was already forming on the abandoned gear. I found Maya's journal tucked into a side pocket of one pack. Most entries were typical trail notes. Distance covered, wildlife spotted, meal plans. But the last entry, dated 3 days ago, made me stop cold. Derek won't stop talking about the man in the trees. James and I haven't seen anything, but insists someone's been following us since yesterday. He says the man moves wrong, joints bending in ways they shouldn't. I told him it's just shadows and exhaustion, but now James is acting strange too. He spent an hour last night just standing at the edge of camp, staring into the forest. When I asked what he was looking at, he said it's learning our faces. I'm scared. This isn't like them. Tomorrow we're heading back. Forget the lake. They never made it back. The tracks continued northeast, deeper into the Hungry Trees. I've read reports from other rangers, heard stories around campfires that we all pretend are just stories. Hikers found days after disappearing with no memory of where they'd been. Experienced outdoorsmen discovered walking in circles, insisting they were following their compass correctly, even as the needle spun wildly. And sometimes, rarely, people were found in places they couldn't have reached on foot, their gear arranged in patterns that hurt to look at. The rational part of my brain cataloged possibilities. Hypothermia-induced delirium, contaminated water causing hallucinations, even a gas leak from their camp stove affecting judgment. But as I stood in that backwards camp with the inside-out sleeping bags and the untouched food, I knew none of those explanations fit. Something had led them away from safety, and they'd followed willingly. The tracks grew fresher. I was maybe 6 hours behind them now. If they were still moving, still alive, I might catch up by nightfall. But the forest was fighting me. Deadfall appeared across paths that should have been clear. Trees seemed closer together than they'd been minutes before. Twice I had to backtrack when trails simply ended at walls of impenetrable brush that my map insisted shouldn't exist. As afternoon wore on, I started noticing things. Scratch marks on trees, too high for bears, in patterns that reminded me of writing but in no alphabet I recognized. Patches of ground where nothing grew, perfect circles of bare earth in the middle of thriving forest. And the smell, something like copper and ozone and rot all mixed together, faint but persistent. I found their third camp just as the sun touched the horizon. They'd built no fire this time, just huddled their sleeping bags together in a small clearing. Boot prints circled the camp in a perfect spiral, around and around, getting tighter with each revolution until they converged on a single point. At that point, pressed deep into the soft earth, was a footprint that made me reach for my rifle. It was human-shaped but wrong. The toes were too long, spread too wide. The heel was narrow, almost pointed, and the depth suggested something much heavier than any of the three hikers. The print was fresh, maybe 12 hours old. Whatever made it had stood there, in the center of their spiral, while they walked around it like planets orbiting a sun. My hands shook as I photographed the scene. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, to hike back to the trail and radio for a full search team. But those three people were out here somewhere, and the temperature was dropping toward freezing. If I left now, they'd be dead by morning. If they weren't already. The tracks led out of the clearing in single file again. But now there were 4 sets instead of 3. Darkness comes fast in the Alaskan wilderness. One moment you can see 50 yards through the trees. The next you're navigating by headlamp in a world shrunk to a few feet of wavering light. I'd set up emergency camps in worse conditions, but never while tracking something that left prints like what I'd found in that clearing. The 4th set of tracks stayed consistently behind the others, matching their pace perfectly. Every few hundred yards it would veer off to the side, to circle around, to climb a tree, to do things that left marks I couldn't interpret. Then it would fall back in line, patient as death. I made camp in a defensive position, back against a cluster of massive spruce trees. No fire. The smoke would announce my location for miles, and I wasn't sure I wanted to be found. Not by whatever was out there. I ate a cold MRE and tried to raise base on the radio again. Nothing but static that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm like breathing. Around midnight, the forest exploded with sound. It started with a scream that could have been human or animal or something between. High and piercing. It drove ice picks into my ears and sent every bird for miles shrieking into the night. Then silence, so complete it felt like the world had stopped. I sat frozen, rifle across my lap, waiting. The second scream was definitely human. Male. Ragged with terror and pain. It cut off abruptly, replaced by a wet sound that made my stomach clench. I was moving before I could think, crashing through the underbrush toward the source, headlamp beam dancing crazily through the trees. I found Derek first. He was standing in a small clearing, perfectly still, facing away from me. His clothes were torn, hanging in strips from his frame. Blood, so much blood, painted his exposed skin in patterns that looked almost deliberate. But he was alive, standing. I called his name. He turned, and I bit down on my own scream. His face was wrong. The features were all there. Eyes, nose, mouth, but arranged differently, like someone had taken him apart and reassembled him from memory. His smile stretched too wide, showing too many teeth. When he spoke, his voice came from somewhere deeper than his throat. "Ranger Reed," he said, though I hadn't told him my name. "We've been waiting for you." Movement in my peripheral vision. Maya emerged from the trees to my left, walking with that same horrible looseness, like her joints had been replaced with rubber. Her head tilted at an angle that should have snapped her neck. James appeared on my right, his fingers bent backwards, clicking against each other in a rhythm that made my teeth ache. They formed a triangle around me, moving in perfect synchronization. Not approaching, just watching. Their eyes reflected my headlamp like an animal's, but the color was wrong. Not amber or green, but a deep red that seemed to pulse. "Where did it take you?" I heard myself ask. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the darkness beyond my light. They answered in unison. 3 voices creating harmonics that human throats shouldn't produce. Nowhere, everywhere, inside. Maya's head snapped to a normal angle with an audible crack. For a moment, her face was her own, eyes wide with desperate awareness. "Run," she whispered. "It learns. It takes. It." Her features shifted again, melting and reforming into that awful parody. All 3 of them laughed. A sound like breaking glass. I raised my rifle, though I knew it was useless. Whatever was wearing their skins, bullets wouldn't stop it. But the gesture seemed to amuse them. They stepped back, creating an opening in their triangle, an invitation, or a trap. "The old one wants to meet you," Derek's voice said from James's mouth. "It's been so long since a ranger came this deep. So long since it tasted official blood, they turned and walked into the forest. That synchronized gait that had led me here. I followed. Because what else could I do? Leave them? Shoot them? Every option felt like surrender. We walked for hours, or minutes, or days. Time moved strangely in the hungry trees. My GPS spun uselessly, showing coordinates that placed us miles apart from 1 second to the next. The forest itself seemed to shift, paths appearing and disappearing, trees rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. And always, those three figures ahead of me, leading me deeper. We came to Lake Nuklakayet, just as dawn should have been breaking. Though the sky remained dark as midnight, the water was black glass, reflecting nothing. No stars, no moon, not even my headlamp beam, just an absence that seemed to pull at my eyes. A cabin squatted on the shore, ancient logs covered in moss and something that might have been symbols or might have been natural rot. Smoke rose from a chimney that couldn't have been used in decades. The door stood open, revealing nothing but deeper darkness. Inside, the three said together. It waits inside. I stepped through the doorway and into impossible space. The cabin's interior stretched far beyond what its walls could contain. Corridors branched in directions that hurt to follow, lit by a source I couldn't identify. The walls were covered in photographs, thousands of them, dating back decades. Hikers, hunters, rangers, all staring at the camera with those same red reflecting eyes, all wearing faces that didn't quite fit. At the center of it all sat something that might once have been human. It wore skins like layers of clothing, each one slightly out of alignment with the ones beneath. An old man's face over a young woman's over a child's, all partially visible, all moving independently. Its body was a patchwork of parts, different skin tones, different sizes, different ages. When it stood, it towered over me, joints bending in too many places. "Ranger," it said in a voice made of dozens of voices. "Welcome to the collection." The walls shifted, and I saw them clearly for the first time. Not photographs, windows, each one showing a different person in a different time, all trapped in moments of transformation. I watched a hunter from the 1950s shed his skin like a snake, a family from the 1980s merging into a single writhing mass. Rangers. So many rangers. Their uniforms marking them from across the decades, all reaching toward the glass as their faces melted and reformed. "You know what I am," the thing said. It moved closer, and I smelled grave earth and copper and something older than both. "Your grandmother knew. Her grandmother knew. We've always been here, in the hungry places, waiting for those who wander too far from the safe paths." One of its many hands reached for me, fingers extending like telescoping rods. I stumbled backward, but the three hikers blocked the exit. Not threatening, just standing there with their broken doll faces and their red eyes. "I can make you eternal," it whispered with its chorus of stolen voices. "Part of the forest, part of the hunt. No more searching for lost hikers. You'll be the reason they get lost." The fingers touched my face, and I felt my skin try to crawl away from my bones. Pain shot through every nerve. But underneath it was something worse. Temptation. To let go. To stop fighting. To join the collection and never worry about anything again. My grandmother's voice cut through the haze. "Some things wear the skins of what they kill, Marcus, but they can't wear what won't be worn." I bit down on my own tongue, hard enough to fill my mouth with blood. The pain shattered whatever hold the thing had on me. I spat the blood in its many faces and dove sideways, crashing through what looked like a solid wall but gave way like paper. I tumbled into snow. Real snow. Cold and clean. The cabin was gone. The lake reflected a gray dawn sky. Maya, Derek, and James lay in a heap near the shore, unconscious but breathing, their faces their own again. But I could still feel it out there in the trees, watching, waiting, angry. I triggered my emergency beacon and bundled the hikers as best I could. They'd wake with no memory of the past 4 days, the medical report would say. Severe hypothermia causing hallucinations. Case closed. But I remember the collection, the windows, the thing that wore faces like masks, and sometimes on dark nights when I'm alone in my station, I catch my reflection doing things I'm not doing, smiling with too many teeth. It's still out there, still hungry, still collecting, and now it knows my face. The rescue helicopter found us 6 hours later. By then, the hikers were semi-conscious, mumbling incoherently about dreams of walking through walls and seeing their own faces from the outside. The medics diagnosed severe hypothermia and dehydration. I didn't correct them. How could I explain that Lake Noklakayet, clearly visible on our maps, didn't exist where we'd been found? That according to our GPS coordinates, we were 20 miles from where we should have been? I spent 3 days in administrative leave, filing reports that contained enough truth to be believable and enough lies to keep anyone from looking too closely. Park Superintendent Rodriguez accepted my story about finding the hikers suffering from exposure after getting lost in a whiteout. The weather had been clear for a week, but nobody questioned it. Nobody wanted to. On the 4th day, I went to visit Maya at Anchorage General. She was sitting up in bed, staring at her hands like she'd never seen them before. When I entered, her eyes snapped to mine with an intensity that made me stop in the doorway. "You saw it too," she said. Not a question. I closed the door behind me and pulled a chair close to her bed. "What do you remember?" "Fragments, like trying to recall a dream underwater." She flexed her fingers, watching the tendons move under her skin. "We were following someone. Something. Derek saw it first. Said it was a person who moved wrong. But then we all saw it. And it was beautiful." "Beautiful?" That's the horrible part. Tears ran down her cheeks, but she didn't wipe them away. It showed us things. How to walk between spaces. How to slip through the gaps in the world. We wanted to follow it. We wanted to become like it. She grabbed my arm suddenly, her nails digging deep enough to draw blood. "It's not done with us. I can feel it pulling, even here, especially at night. The walls get thin, and I hear Derek and James calling me, except they're still in their rooms down the hall." I checked on the 2 men before leaving the hospital. Derek had covered his room's mirror with a bedsheet, claiming his reflection kept moving when he was still. James hadn't spoken since waking up, but the nurses said he drew constantly, the same pattern over and over. Spirals that hurt to look at, with something waiting at the center. That night, back in my cabin outside Willow, I made a decision. I pulled out my grandmother's journals, the ones I'd boxed up after she died and never had the courage to read. She'd been a healer in her village before marrying my grandfather and moving south. People came to her with ailments that doctors couldn't explain, left with remedies that shouldn't have worked but did. Her handwriting was careful, precise. Most entries dealt with ordinary problems: births, deaths, hunting accidents. But scattered throughout were references to the old hunters and those who wear borrowed skins. One entry from 1953 stopped me cold. "Marcus's mother came today, pregnant with my grandchild. She dreamed of the hungry trees again, of something calling her north. I gave her the old protection, blood and salt and words that hurt to speak. The child will be marked. The old ones always know their own, and they hunger most for those who've escaped them once. I pray Marcus never wanders too far into the wild places. Some doors once opened can never fully close." I was the child she wrote about. My mother had encountered something in those woods before I was born, and it had marked my family. That's why my grandmother's warnings had always felt so urgent, so personal. The journal contained more. Descriptions of creatures that could steal faces and wear them like masks. Rituals to ward them off temporarily. Maps of places where the world grew thin, where things from outside could push through. Lake Noklakayet was marked with a symbol I couldn't read and a single word in her language: forbidden. Over the following weeks I researched obsessively. I found reports buried in Park Service archives, labeled as hoaxes or misfilings. A group of trappers in 1897 found skinned alive but still walking, speaking in unison about joining the eternal hunt. A ranger in 1962 who claimed to have found a cabin full of windows showing missing people from across centuries. An entire Athabascan village that disappeared in 1934, leaving only inside-out clothes arranged in spirals. The pattern was always the same. People ventured too deep into certain parts of the wilderness. They encountered something that wore human shape, but wasn't human. Some never returned. Others came back changed, wrong. Speaking of beautiful horrors and impossible geometries. And always, there were the ones who seemed to recover but were never quite the same. 3 weeks after the rescue, Derek Kushner walked out of his apartment in Anchorage and vanished. Security cameras showed him leaving at 3 a.m., moving with that horrible synchronized gait I remembered from the forest. He walked north, out of frame, and was never seen again. James lasted another week before his roommate found him trying to peel his own face off, claiming something underneath was trying to get out. He's in psychiatric care now, sedated to the point of catatonia. It's the only way to stop him from drawing those spirals. Maya fought the longest. She threw herself into research, same as me, trying to understand what had happened. We met regularly, comparing notes, sharing nightmares. She thought if she could comprehend it intellectually, she could resist its pull. But I saw the changes. The way her shadow sometimes moved independently, how her reflection in windows showed her looking in different directions, the times she'd stop mid-sentence and cock her head, listening to something only she could hear. "It's calling me home," she told me the last time we met. "Every night the pull gets stronger. I dream I'm back in that cabin, looking through all those windows at all those stolen lives, and it feels right, like that's where I belong." I offered to help, to find some way to break its hold. But we both knew the truth. There was no cure for what had touched us in those woods. Only delay. She left Anchorage 2 months after the rescue, telling her family she needed time alone to process the trauma. Her car was found abandoned on the park's highway, just past Willow. The driver's door was open, engine still running. Her footprints led north into the forest, toward the Musquito wilderness, toward the hungry trees. I wanted to search for her. Every ranger instinct screamed at me to grab my gear and head into those woods. But I knew what I'd find. Either nothing at all, or Maya wearing a face that wasn't quite hers anymore, inviting me deeper into the forest, inviting me home. Instead, I transferred to Katmai, putting 300 miles between me and the Musquito. I thought distance would help. I thought the dreams would fade. I thought wrong. Because last night I woke to find my reflection standing at the foot of my bed, smiling with too many teeth. And somewhere in the darkness beyond my window, I heard Maya calling my name, in a voice made of wind and hunger and patient, eternal waiting. The old ones never forget a face they've claimed, and they have all the time in the world. 6 months in Katmai, 6 months of brown bears and volcanic ash and tourists asking the same questions about safety procedures. 6 months of pretending the Musquito incident was just another rescue gone strange. But the forest doesn't forget, and neither do the things that live between its shadows. It started small. Hikers reporting strange sounds in areas where I'd just patrolled, voices calling their names from off-trail, footprints that appeared and disappeared between one step and the next. Then came the photographs. Visitors would show me pictures they'd taken, asking about the person standing just at the edge of the frame. Always blurry, always almost human, always watching. I recognized the stance. That horrible, loose-jointed way of standing, like Maya in the clearing. The breaking point came in September. A family of 4 went missing near Brooks Falls, supposedly lost on a marked trail that thousands navigate safely each year. I found them 12 hours later, walking in a perfect line through an area of forest that didn't appear on any map. When I called to them, they turned in unison, and for just a moment their faces were wrong. Then they blinked, confused, and were themselves again. They had no memory of leaving the trail. The youngest, a girl of maybe 10, tugged on my sleeve as her parents talked to the other rangers.
"The pretty lady in the trees said you'd come find us," she whispered. "She said to tell you she misses you. She said the cabin is lonely."
That night, I called in every favor I had and accessed the restricted archives in Anchorage. Records that weren't digitized, weren't cataloged, weren't supposed to exist. Box after box of reports, photographs, recordings. The real history of Alaska's wild places, the one we don't tell tourists. The Skinwalker mythology was just the surface. Native stories trying to explain something older, something that existed before humans gave it names. The Russians had encountered it during their fur trading years. Whole expeditions vanishing, or worse, returning with members who weren't quite right. The gold rushers found caves full of shed skins and cabins with too many rooms. The military, during World War II, had classified entire regions as off-limits after patrols reported personnel duplication incidents. But the most damning evidence was also the most recent. A research team in 2003 had tried to study the phenomenon scientifically. Dr. Patricia Voss, the lead researcher, had theorized that certain areas of wilderness acted as thin places, boundaries between our reality and something else. Her team had installed monitoring equipment throughout the Musquito region, trying to map these soft spots. They found them. They also found that the soft spots were growing. Dr. Voss's final report, filed 2 days before her entire team disappeared, included this: the entities, we've observed, don't seem malevolent in the traditional sense. They're curious. They study us, mimic us, try to understand us by taking us apart and putting us back together. The problem is that their understanding of together doesn't match ours. They're like children playing with dolls, not realizing the dolls can feel pain. The report included photographs from their base camp. In the background of each one, barely visible, were figures that shouldn't have been there. People who looked almost like team members but weren't. As the photos progressed chronologically, the duplicates got better, more convincing. In the last photo, I couldn't tell which were the real researchers and which were the copies. I found Dr. Voss's personal notes tucked into the back of the file. Her handwriting degraded as the entries progressed, from neat scientific notation to frantic scrawls. Day 12. Confirmed visual contact. It's learning from us constantly. Today it perfectly mimicked Jenkins's limp from his old skiing injury. How long has it been watching to notice that detail? Day 18. Freeman says she's been having dreams where she's looking at herself from the outside. Classic disassociation. Except the external viewpoint shows locations she's never been. The entity is sharing its perspective with us. Why? Day 24. I understand now. It's not hunting us, it's collecting us, preserving us. In its own way, it thinks it's saving us from death by making us part of something eternal. The cabin Reynolds found isn't a structure, it's a museum. We're the exhibits. Day 31. 3 team members walked into the forest last night. They came back, but they're different. They know things they shouldn't. They move together like a flock of birds. They keep inviting the rest of us to see the collection. I'm scared we're running out of time. Day 33. This is my last entry. It's shown me what it really is, and I understand why people follow it willingly. Imagine never dying. Imagine being part of every story, every life that's ever walked these woods. Imagine knowing everything, being everything. The loneliness of singular existence feels unbearable now. When it comes for me tonight, I won't run. There were no more entries. I closed the file and sat in the archive basement, surrounded by decades of similar accounts. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. That's when I noticed the pattern in the reports. The sightings, the disappearances, the incidents, they weren't random. They followed ley lines of sorts, paths through the wilderness that connected one soft spot to another. And those paths were expanding, branching out like veins from a heart. The heart was Lake Nuklakayet, the lake that didn't exist where it should. My phone buzzed. Unknown number, but I recognized the area code. Misquedo region. Against every instinct, I answered. Marcus. Maya's voice but hollowed out, echoing like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. I've seen such beautiful things. The collection grows. Did you know your grandmother is here? She's been waiting so long to meet you properly. Maya, where are you? Everywhere. Nowhere. In the spaces between. You can't imagine how it feels, Marcus, to be free of just one face, one name, one story. I'm part of something so much larger now. It's killing you. No. A laugh that sounded like breaking glass. It's making me eternal. Come home, Marcus. The forest misses you. We all miss you. The collection isn't complete without a ranger who knows the truth. The line went dead. I tried calling back, but the number didn't exist. That's when I understood. It wasn't random that I'd found them in the Misquedo. It wasn't coincidence that my grandmother had known about the old hunters. My family had been connected to this thing for generations, maybe longer. We were already part of its collection, just uncatalogued, walking around in the world when we belonged in its museum. I left Anchorage that night, but I didn't go back to Katmai. Instead, I drove to my grandmother's old village, now mostly abandoned. Her sister still lived there, ancient and sharp-eyed. She wasn't surprised to see me. It's calling you home, she said. It wasn't a question. How do I stop it? She laughed, but there was no humor in it. You don't stop something like that. You can only choose how you face it. Your grandmother chose to run south, to raise her family away from its reach. But blood calls to blood, and some hungers pass from parent to child. There has to be a way. One way. She pulled out a wooden box, carved with symbols that hurt to look at. Inside was a knife, the blade black with age. Cut the ties. Bleed out what marks you as theirs. But understand, you'll be cutting away part of your soul. The part that knows the old words, feels the old ways. You'll be less than you were. And if I don't, then one day, maybe tomorrow, maybe years from now, you'll walk into those woods and won't walk out. You'll become another window in its cabin, another face in its collection, another voice calling to the next generation, drawing them home. I took the knife. It felt heavier than it should, like it was made of condensed gravity. The blade was cold enough to burn. Choose soon, she said. The autumn equinox is in 3 days. The borders grow thin then. It will come for you, wearing every face you've ever loved. I left her cabin with the knife wrapped in leather, tucked close to my chest. The drive back to Katmai took 8 hours, and with every mile I felt the pull growing stronger. North, always north. Toward the hungry trees and the lake that exists between spaces, and the thing that collects stories by stealing the people who carry them. 3 days to decide. 3 days to choose between a diminished life or an eternal prison. 3 days before the thing that wears faces comes to claim its inheritance. And somewhere in the darkness between the trees, Maya and Derek and James and countless others wait with patient, stolen smiles, ready to welcome me home. The autumn equinox arrived with a storm that shut down half of Alaska. Wind howled through Katmai with enough force to ground planes and snap trees like matchsticks. But inside my ranger station, everything was perfectly still, unnaturally still. The kind of quiet that meant something was watching, waiting for me to notice it was there. I'd spent 3 days preparing. Salt lines at every entrance. My grandmother's journal said it wouldn't stop them, but it might slow them down. The black knife sat on my desk, its weight seeming to increase with each passing hour. I'd written letters, made peace with what might happen. One way or another, this ended tonight. At exactly midnight, someone knocked on my door. 3 measured raps, perfectly spaced. Then Maya's voice. "Marcus, we've come to bring you home." Through the window, I saw them. Not just Maya, Derek and James, but dozens of others. Hikers I'd rescued over the years. Rangers from decades past, their uniforms marking them from different eras. My grandmother stood among them, looking exactly as she had when I was 5, before she fled south. All of them perfectly still in the howling storm, not a hair moving in the wind. "I know what you are," I called through the door. "We are what we've always been," my grandmother's voice replied, though her mouth didn't move. "We are the stories that never end, the paths that always lead home. Open the door, grandson. See what we've saved for you." The walls began to stretch. My 10 by 12 station expanded, corridors appearing where solid wood had been. The geometry hurt to follow, spaces folding in on themselves and opening into impossibilities. The salt lines meant nothing. This wasn't an invasion from outside. The thing had always been here, waiting in the spaces between spaces. I grabbed the knife and my rifle, though I knew the gun was useless. The corridors called to me, each one showing glimpses of different times, different places. I saw myself at 7, lost in the woods behind our house, following someone who looked like my mother but walked all wrong. I saw myself at 15, camping with friends, none of us remembering the 3 hours we'd lost or why our compasses all pointed to different norths afterward. I saw myself finding Maya, Derek and James, but from angles I'd never experienced, perspectives that weren't mine. "You've always been part of the collection," the voices harmonized, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Every time you entered our woods, we tasted your thoughts. Every person you saved, we saved through you. You are our finest acquisition, Marcus. The ranger who knows the truth but keeps walking into the forest." I moved through the impossible corridors, following instinct more than logic. The station had become a maze that connected to every place I'd ever been, every forest I'd ever walked. Through one doorway, I saw the clearing where I'd found the hikers. Through another, Lake Noklakeet stretched into infinity, its black waters reflecting memories instead of light. The thing waited at the center, in a room that couldn't exist. It had given up any pretense of human form now. It was a constantly shifting mass of faces, skins, memories, thousands of lives woven together into something that hurt to perceive. My grandmother's eyes looked out from its chest. Maya's smile curved across what might have been an arm. Derek's voice emerged from a mouth that had been a wound seconds before. "Do you understand now?" it asked with all their voices. "We are preservation itself. Every human who walks too far into the wild we save. Every story that would end in death we continue forever. You've spent your life saving people, Marcus. We do the same, just differently." "You steal them," I said, gripping the knife tighter. "You tear them apart and wear their skins. We perfect them. The mass shifted, and for a moment I saw all the people it had taken, suspended in spaces between its form like insects in amber. They looked peaceful, even happy, their faces frozen in moments of revelation. Death is the true thief. We offer eternity. It moved closer, and I felt the pull. Not physical, but something deeper. The exhaustion of every rescue. Every night spent searching for the lost. Every family member I'd had to tell we'd found a body. Here was an end to all that. Here was forever. Your grandmother understood in the end. It whispered. She ran not from fear, but from desire. She knew if she stayed, she'd choose us willingly. Just as her mother did. Just as you will. I raised the knife, and the thing laughed with a sound like wind through empty houses. You think that primitive blade can cut what we are? We exist in the gaps between heartbeats, in the pause between thoughts. We are the darkness between stars and the silence between words. What will you cut, Marcus? The air. But my grandmother's journal had been clear. The knife wasn't meant for the creature. It was meant for me. I pressed the blade against my palm and spoke words in my grandmother's language. Words that scorched my throat and made reality shiver. Blood welled up, but it was wrong, too dark, too thick, moving with purpose instead of flowing. This was the mark the thing had left on my bloodline, the connection that called us back to the forest generation after generation. The creature recoiled, its many faces showing the first emotion I'd seen that wasn't hunger or false kindness. Surprise. You would unmake yourself? It hissed. Cut away the part that hears the old songs. You'll be hollow, empty, less than human. I'll be free, I said, and drew the blade deep. Pain exploded through more than just my flesh. I felt something fundamental tearing, like pulling out my own roots. Memories flickered and faded, not disappearing but losing their color, their weight. The sense I'd always had of where to find lost hikers, the instinct that guided me through trackless forest, the dreams that warned of danger, all of it bled out with the too dark blood. The creature screamed with 10,000 voices. The false corridors collapsed, reality snapping back like a rubber band. I was in my station again, storm still raging outside, blood pooling at my feet. But the windows no longer showed impossible angles, and the walls were just walls. Through the glass I saw them retreating. Maya, Derek, James, and all the others moving backwards into the forest with that horrible synchronized gait. My grandmother stood among them, and for just a moment her face was her own. She smiled sadly and mouthed words I couldn't hear over the wind. Then they were gone, swallowed by the storm and the dark. I bound my hand with shaking fingers, the cut already healing faster than it should. But something was different. The forest outside looked flat, ordinary, just trees and snow and shadow. No hidden depths, no spaces between spaces. The world had become smaller, simpler, less. The next morning I resigned from the Park Service. Told them I'd developed a medical condition that affected my navigation. Not a lie, really. I moved to Los Angeles, about as far from the Alaskan wilderness as I could get. Got a job in an office, pushing papers for a logistics company. Safe, ordinary, empty. But sometimes on quiet nights I dream of the collection. I see Maya and the others, eternal in their strange preservation, walking paths that exist outside normal space. They look happy, in their way. Complete. Part of something larger than any single human life could ever be. And sometimes I wake to find my healed palm bleeding again. The wound trying to reopen. The thing in the forest hasn't given up. It's patient. It knows that what was cut can sometimes grow back, stranger and stronger than before. It knows that some hungers are inherited, passed down through blood and bone, and the stories we tell ourselves about why we stay out of the woods. I know I should feel grateful. I escaped. I'm alive. I'm free. I'm human. But on the darkest nights, when the city lights fade and I can almost hear the wind through trees that aren't there, I wonder if I cut away too much. If the price of freedom was worth the cost. If being wholly human but forever separated from the wild places is really living at all. The collection is still out there, growing with each lost hiker, each curious ranger, each soul that wanders too far from the safe paths. Maya was right about one thing. It is beautiful, in its terrible way. A museum of lives that never end. Stories that never conclude. Preserving everything we are in amber, made of shadows and hungry love. And somewhere in those stolen corridors, my grandmother waits with patient eyes, knowing that some inheritances can be delayed but never truly denied. The forest remembers. The collection endures. And deep in my hollowed-out soul, in the space where wildness used to live, something watches and waits and whispers a single eternal truth. You can't go home again, but home never stops calling. The storm that brought them has passed, but I know another will come. Maybe next autumn, maybe in 10 years, maybe when I'm old and weak and tired of running. They have all the time in the world. After all, the collection is never complete. There's always room for one more story, one more face, one more ranger who thought he could save everyone but couldn't even save himself. Some nights that doesn't sound like a threat. It sounds like a promise. The ski lift swayed gently as we ascended the mountain, and I found myself sitting next to a weathered man in his late 40s who introduced himself as Tom. His hands bore the calluses of someone who'd spent years working outdoors, and there was something in his eyes, a distant, haunted quality that made me curious. We started with small talk about the powder conditions, but when he mentioned he'd spent several years living in the South Dakota Badlands, tracking wildlife movements for conservation research, I perked up. "Ever run into anything unusual out there?" I asked, thinking of the stories I'd heard about strange encounters in remote wilderness areas. Tom's expression shifted. He stared out at the snow-covered peaks for a long moment before responding. "Not in South Dakota, no, but Kansas." He trailed off, his jaw tightening. "Kansas is where something happened that I still can't explain, even now, 12 years later." The lift continued its mechanical ascent, and I waited, sensing he needed a moment to gather his thoughts. The wind picked up slightly, causing the chair to rock, and Tom gripped the safety bar a little tighter. I noticed his knuckles had gone white. "This was back in 2010, he finally continued, his voice lower now, almost as if he didn't want anyone else to hear, though we were the only ones on the lift. I was 36, still in decent shape from my army days, and my buddy Gerald, we'd served together in Iraq, had convinced me to do this hiking trip along an old trail in eastern Kansas. Historic route used during the frontier days, ran right through some seriously isolated terrain. Tom pulled out his phone and showed me a map. His finger traced a thin line cutting through what looked like endless forest and hills. We were documenting bird migration patterns. Gerald was really into ornithology, had all this expensive camera equipment. We'd been planning this trip for months, waited for the right season when the migration was at its peak. He paused, zooming in on a particular section of the map. This is where it happened. The spot he indicated was surrounded by dense topographical lines, indicating steep terrain and heavy forest cover. No roads nearby, no towns for miles, just wilderness. "I've been camping my whole life," Tom said, his voice taking on an edge I hadn't heard before. "Spent months in combat zones, survived situations that should have killed me. I'm not someone who scares easily, but what happened out there?" He shook his head slowly. "That was different. That was something I wasn't trained for." Tom described how they'd set out on a Thursday morning, packs loaded with gear for a 4-day trek. The weather had been perfect, clear skies, temperatures in the mid-60s, ideal conditions for both hiking and wildlife observation. Gerald had been in high spirits, pointing out various bird species as they made their way along the narrow trail that wound through increasingly dense forest. "The first day and a half were completely normal," Tom explained. "We covered good ground, saw exactly what we expected to see. Gerald was getting some incredible shots. Warblers, thrushes, raptors. The forest was alive with sound. You know that constant background noise you get in wooded areas. Birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling, small animals moving through the undergrowth. It creates this natural symphony that you almost stop noticing after a while." He fell quiet for a moment, and I could see him struggling with what came next. It was the afternoon of the second day when everything changed. We were following the trail through a particularly isolated section, maybe 15 miles from the nearest road, when the sound just stopped. And I don't mean it gradually faded. I mean everything went completely, utterly silent in the span of maybe 5 seconds, like someone had flipped a switch. Tom's hands were trembling slightly now. I've been in the wilderness enough to know that's not natural. Animals go quiet for a reason, usually because there's a predator nearby. But this wasn't normal quiet. This was wrong. The air felt different, heavier somehow. I looked at Gerald, and I could see he'd noticed it too. His camera was lowered, and he was scanning the tree line, this confused expression on his face. According to Tom, they'd stopped walking and stood there for several minutes, waiting for the normal sounds to resume. But the silence persisted, thick and oppressive. No birds, no insects, not even wind through the leaves, just their own breathing and the pounding of their hearts. That's when I heard it, Tom said, his voice barely above a whisper now. This screaming, a woman's voice, absolutely terrified, shrieking like someone was murdering her. And it wasn't distant, it sounded close, maybe 100 yards away, coming from somewhere deeper in the forest, off the trail. What happened next was perhaps the most disturbing part of Tom's account. He described how the screaming continued, this agonized female voice crying out in what sounded like genuine terror and pain. The sound seemed to echo through the hills, bouncing off the terrain in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint the exact source. His immediate instinct was to help. Years of military training had conditioned him to respond to distress calls. I started moving toward the sound, Tom said, his face tense with the memory. I was already pushing through the brush, my hand on the knife on my belt, when Gerald grabbed my arm. He was staring at me like I'd lost my mind. "What are you doing?" he asked. And I said, "We need to help her. Can't you hear that screaming?" But Gerald just looked more confused and said, "What screaming?" Tom described the chill that went through him at those words. The screaming was still going on. He could hear it clearly, desperately clear, this woman's voice calling out in terror. But Gerald heard nothing. They stood there arguing about it, Gerald insisting the forest was completely silent except for their voices. Tom becoming increasingly agitated because the screaming wouldn't stop. I pulled out my phone to try to record it, Tom continued, but when I played it back there was nothing, just silence. But I could still hear her screaming in real time, while the recording captured nothing. That's when I started to realize something was very, very wrong. Gerald had wanted to leave immediately, but Tom was transfixed by the sound. He described how the screaming would occasionally form into words, "Help me," and "Please," and "They're coming," before dissolving back into wordless shrieks. The voice seemed to be moving, circling them through the forest, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but never quite revealing its source. Gerald thought I was having some kind of psychological break, Tom said. And I started wondering if maybe he was right. But I knew what I was hearing. It was real to me, as real as your voice is right now, but only to me. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 minutes, Tom said the screaming finally stopped. The silence returned, just as absolute as before, and then gradually, the normal sounds of the forest began to creep back. First a tentative bird call, then another, then insects, until everything sounded normal again. But the damage was done. Gerald was spooked, and Tom was shaken in a way he'd never experienced before. "We should have left right then," Tom said, his voice heavy with regret. "We should have packed up and hiked straight back to the trailhead. But we didn't. God help us, we didn't." Tom and Gerald stood on that trail for nearly an hour, debating what to do. Gerald was convinced his friend had experienced some kind of auditory hallucination, maybe dehydration, maybe altitude sickness, though they weren't high enough for that to make much sense. Tom couldn't shake the certainty that what he'd heard was real, even if he couldn't explain why Gerald hadn't heard it, or why it hadn't recorded on his phone. "I think part of me was in denial," Tom admitted. "I didn't want to believe I was hearing things that weren't there. That scared me more than the idea of something actually being out in those woods. At least if it was real, I could deal with it. But if my own mind was playing tricks on me, that was terrifying in a different way." They compromised by continuing on the trail but staying hyper-alert. Gerald packed away his camera equipment, and both men kept their hiking poles ready as makeshift weapons. Tom had a .45 pistol in his pack. He always carried when hiking in remote areas, and he moved it to a more accessible pocket. The weight of it was reassuring, even though he wasn't sure what good it would do against something he couldn't see or locate. The rest of the afternoon passed without incident, but Tom described a persistent feeling of being watched. "I kept catching movement in my peripheral vision," he said. "Just shadows, flickers of darkness between the trees. Every time I'd turn to look directly, there'd be nothing there, but I could feel eyes on us." Gerald felt it too, even though he didn't say anything at first. I could tell by the way he kept checking behind us, the way his shoulders were tensed up. As evening approached, they reached a small clearing that seemed like a reasonable spot to camp for the night. It was far from ideal, exposed on one side, backed by dense forest on the others, but they were running out of daylight and didn't want to be setting up camp in the dark. They worked quickly and efficiently, barely speaking as they erected their bivy sacks and prepared a cold dinner, neither wanting to deal with a fire. The sun seemed to set faster than it should have, Tom recalled. 1 minute there was still reasonable light, and the next, it was dark, really dark. The kind of darkness you only get in places far from any human lights, where the canopy is thick enough to block out even the stars. That's when Tom described the sounds beginning again. Not the screaming this time, but other noises, footsteps circling their camp, the snap of twigs, the rustle of something large moving through the underbrush. And this time Gerald could hear them too. Neither of us slept that first hour, Tom said. We just lay there in our bivy sacks, listening. The sounds would come from one direction, then another. Sometimes it sounded like something was moving in a wide circle around our camp. Other times it seemed to be getting closer, then pulling back, like it was testing us, seeing how we'd react. Tom had his pistol out, lying on his chest, his finger near the trigger guard. He described staring into the darkness, seeing nothing but occasionally hearing Gerald's sharp intake of breath when a sound came from particularly close by. They'd agreed beforehand not to use their flashlights unless absolutely necessary. No point in making themselves better targets, and besides, the lights would ruin what little night vision they had. Around midnight, that's when I saw it, Tom said, and his voice dropped even lower. Or I think I saw it. I can't be completely sure even now, but there was this darker shadow among the shadows, standing behind a tree at the edge of the clearing. Just the outline of something tall, very tall, maybe 7 feet. Way too tall to be a person, and thin, unnaturally thin. He described watching this shape for several minutes, his heart hammering in his chest, his hand gripping the pistol so hard his fingers ached. The shape didn't move at first. It just stood there, and Tom got the overwhelming impression that it was watching him, studying him. Then he saw what might have been an arm, long and skeletal, reach around the tree trunk, as if whatever was behind it was steadying itself or preparing to step out into the clearing. I almost fired, Tom admitted. My finger was on the trigger, and I was ready to put rounds into that thing. But something stopped me. Maybe it was uncertainty. I couldn't be totally sure what I was seeing. Maybe it was fear that shooting would provoke it. Or maybe, he trailed off, shaking his head. Maybe some part of me knew that bullets wouldn't make a difference. Then the shape withdrew, sliding back behind the tree so smoothly it was almost like watching a shadow move independent of any light source. Tom lay there for hours afterward, staring at that spot, waiting for it to return. Eventually, exhaustion began to take its toll, and despite his best efforts to stay awake, he felt his eyes growing heavy. Tom's voice became strained as he described what happened when he finally fell asleep. The dream felt more real than any dream I've ever had, he said. I was suddenly running through the forest, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my arms and legs. I could feel the pain, actual sharp, burning pain. I was running from something, but I didn't know what. I couldn't hear it chasing me, but I knew it was there, right behind me, close enough that I could feel its presence like cold breath on the back of my neck. In the dream, Tom described how he crashed through the underbrush in absolute panic, his heart ready to explode from his chest, his lungs burning. Blood was running down his face from the cuts, getting in his eyes, but he didn't dare slow down. The forest seemed endless, and no matter how fast he ran, he never seemed to make any progress toward safety. Then suddenly, I'd burst out into our campsite, Tom continued, and I'd feel this wave of relief wash over me. I'd made it. I was safe. But then everything would reset, like someone had pressed a rewind button. I'd be back in the forest, running again. The same terror, the same branches cutting my face, the same thing chasing me that I could never see. Over and over and over. He described the dream loop continuing for what felt like hours. Each time he'd reach the camp, each time he'd feel that moment of relief, and each time it would snatch it away and start over. The psychological torture of it was worse than the physical sensation of being cut and chased. He began to expect the reset, to dread that moment of false safety, but he couldn't stop himself from feeling hope each time anyway. I woke up drenched in sweat, gasping for air, Tom said. It was still dark, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. I immediately grabbed my pistol and started scanning the perimeter. Gerald was awake too. He'd been awake the whole time, watching over the camp while I'd been trapped in that nightmare. He looked terrible, completely exhausted, and when I asked if anything had happened, he just shook his head. But Gerald did tell him one thing. While Tom had been asleep, he'd been talking. Not regular sleep talking. but saying the same phrases over and over in a monotone voice. I'm running. It's behind me. I can't stop. I have to reach camp. The same loop externalized, playing out verbally while Tom experienced it internally. Tom described how the remaining hours until dawn felt like an eternity. They both stayed awake, weapons ready, watching the darkness gradually give way to gray pre-dawn light, then finally to the pale gold of sunrise breaking through the trees. The normal sounds of morning, birds beginning their songs, small animals stirring, felt like a blessing after the oppressive silence and strange noises of the night. We didn't even talk about it, Tom said. We just started packing up our gear as fast as we could. Gerald's hands were shaking so badly he could barely stuff his sleeping bag. We abandoned the idea of continuing the hike and made the decision to head straight back to the trailhead. It was supposed to be a 4-day trip, but we cut it to 2.5. Neither of us cared about the birds anymore, or the research, or any of it. We just wanted out of those woods. The hike back was grueling. They pushed themselves hard, taking minimal breaks, driven by an unspoken fear that if they stayed too long in any one place, something might happen again. Tom described constantly checking behind them, unable to shake the feeling of being followed. But the forest seemed normal now. Sounds, smells, everything was as it should be. If not for their shared exhaustion and Gerald's corroboration of the strange events, Tom said he might have convinced himself the whole thing had been some elaborate hallucination. We made it back to Gerald's truck by late afternoon, Tom continued. We threw our gear in the back and got the hell out of there. Drove straight through, 6 hours to Gerald's place in Topeka. We didn't even stop for food. Gerald kept driving until we hit city limits, like he needed to be surrounded by people and lights and civilization before he could feel safe again. They spent that night drinking beer on Gerald's porch, trying to process what had happened. Gerald admitted he'd heard things he couldn't explain and seen shadows that didn't make sense. He'd been too frightened and too proud to say anything during the hike, not wanting to make things worse when Tom was already experiencing the screaming that only he could hear. They talked through every detail, trying to find rational explanations but came up empty. We promised each other we wouldn't talk about it again, Tom said. It felt like acknowledging it might somehow bring it back into our lives, so we just didn't. Gerald moved to Oregon a year later, and we lost touch. I don't know if he ever told anyone else about what happened. Tom was quiet for a moment as the ski lift approached the top of the mountain. Around us, other skiers were getting ready to disembark, but I was completely absorbed in his story. For years I tried to forget about it, he said. I convinced myself it had been stress, or bad food, or some combination of factors that created a perfect storm of weirdness. But it stuck with me. I'd be lying if I said it didn't change me. I became more cautious in isolated areas, more attuned to when things felt off, and I had nightmares. Not the same looping one from that night, but variations on it, being chased by something I could never see. In 2012, Tom said, he was browsing online and came across articles about historical frontier encounters in Kansas. He learned about the Native American tribes that had lived in the area where he and Gerald had their experience, the Kickapoo and others. He read about their folklore, their warnings about certain places and certain entities that were said to inhabit the remote wilderness areas. There were accounts from the 1800s, Tom explained, of settlers reporting similar experiences, hearing voices calling out in distress, seeing tall shadows moving between trees, experiencing vivid nightmares when they camped in certain areas. Some of the accounts were eerily similar to what happened to us. People hearing screams that others couldn't hear, feeling watched by something that couldn't quite be seen. But what really shook Tom was learning about the pattern of these encounters. They all happened in similar terrain. Isolated forests, away from established trails, in areas where people rarely ventured. And they all involved some form of auditory lure, something designed to draw people away from safety and deeper into the wilderness. The historical accounts mentioned people who'd followed these sounds and never returned, or who'd been found days later incoherent and traumatized, with no memory of what had happened to them. I realized how close we'd come, Tom said softly. If I'd followed that screaming, if I'd left Gerald and gone into the woods alone, I don't think I would have come back. Whatever was out there, it was trying to separate us, to isolate one of us from the other. And once it had done that, he didn't finish the sentence. The ski lift came to a stop and we prepared to disembark. Tom stood up, adjusting his ski poles, but before we parted ways, he turned to me one more time. I still can't tell you what it was, he said. I'm not someone who believes in supernatural things, or at least I wasn't. I like rational explanations. scientific reasons for why things happen. But I also know what I experienced. I know what I heard, what I saw, what I felt, and I know it was real. He glanced out at the mountain, the snow-covered slopes, the forests below us. These days, I stick to the ski resorts. Controlled environments, plenty of people around. I'm done with isolated wilderness. Whatever is out there in those Kansas woods, it can have them. I'm not going back. As Tom skied away, I stood there for a moment, processing everything he'd told me. The sun was shining, people were laughing and skiing around me. The world felt normal and safe, but I couldn't shake the image he'd painted, that clearing in the Kansas forest, the tall shadow behind the tree, the screaming that only one person could hear, and the terrible night that followed. I think about Tom's story often now. I wonder what really happened to him and Gerald out there. I wonder about all the wilderness areas across this country. The places where people rarely go, where the forest is thick and the darkness is absolute. I wonder what might be living in those spaces, what might be watching from the shadows, waiting for someone to wander too far from safety. And when I'm hiking now, I pay attention to the sounds around me. I notice when things go too quiet. I trust my instincts when something feels wrong. Because Tom's story taught me something important. Sometimes the most frightening things aren't the ones we can explain. Sometimes they're the ones that we know, deep in our bones, are real, even when all logic tells us they shouldn't be. This particular story happened when I was a teenager, more than 15 years ago now. I grew up in the Adirondacks, spending most of my childhood and teenage years camping or just generally being outside in some capacity. The wilderness was my sanctuary, my playground, and eventually the setting for something that would haunt my dreams for decades to come. 2 summers in a row, I joined a conservation group that would travel around the rural back roads and pick up any garbage that inconsiderate people had dumped. Mostly it was just a cleaning job, usually along the roadside where beer cans and fast food wrappers accumulated like urban tumbleweeds. The work was honest and gave me a sense of purpose, plus it paid enough to keep me in camping gear and hiking boots. Our group consisted of about 12 teenagers, all of us outdoorsy types who preferred the company of trees to the drama of high school hallways. The program was run by Carlton, a grizzled park ranger in his 50s who'd seen everything the mountains could throw at a person. He had stories that could curl your hair, and scars that mapped out adventures I could only dream of having. Occasionally, however, we would be asked by the rangers to clean up trails or county roads where people would dump their trash deeper in the woods. These were the jobs that separated the serious volunteers from the ones just looking for easy community service hours. The deeper you went into the wilderness, the stranger the things people discarded became. On that particular day in late July, the air was thick with humidity and the promise of an afternoon thunderstorm. The group I was in had to split up and take different quadrants to cover more ground efficiently. We were each given GPS units, though back then their accuracy was usually within 100 meters if you were lucky. The technology was primitive compared to what we have now, and the thick canopy often interfered with the signal. This wasn't an issue for me, as I had dreams of being a trail guide or forest ranger back then. I could navigate by compass, read topographical maps, and identify landmarks that most people would walk right past. The woods were my element, and I felt more comfortable alone on a mountain trail than I did in my own bedroom. However, others in the group were uncomfortable with the isolation, and chose to stay closer to the main roads where cell service was spotty but existent. This left me volunteering to be dropped off at the end of Forest Service Road 47, walking my way back to the agreed area of pickup several miles away. Carlton handed me extra supplies since I'd be working alone. "You sure about this, kid?" he asked, squinting at me from under his faded Park Service cap. "That area's gotten some complaints lately. People dumping all sorts of nasty stuff back there." I assured him I could handle it. At 17, I thought I was invincible, and I'd seen enough dumped garbage to know what to expect. Or so I thought. We each were given a roll of heavy-duty garbage bags and a poke stick to collect the trash safely. The poke stick was essential gear. You never knew what might be hiding under a pile of refuse, from broken glass to used needles to things that might bite back. The area I was dropped off at was known for being one of the larger illegal dump sites in the region. People would drive their pickup trucks down the old logging road and drop off their old couches, chairs, mattresses, and other various pieces of furniture rather than pay the dump fees. It was a constant battle between the rangers and the lazy cheapskates who treated the wilderness like their personal landfill. Fortunately, someone with a flatbed truck had already come through earlier that week, picking up the larger pieces under Carlton's supervision. All that was left were the smaller items: bottles that caught the filtered sunlight like broken emeralds, rusted cans that had been slowly poisoning the soil for God knows how long, plastic bags that fluttered from tree branches like prayer flags to human carelessness, papers that had been reduced to pulp by rain and time, and anything else people were too lazy to dispose of properly. The work was methodical and peaceful at first. I fell into a rhythm of scan, poke, grab, and bag. The forest around me hummed with the normal sounds of summer. Insects droning, birds calling to their mates, the distant sound of a woodpecker working on a dead oak. Occasionally, a chipmunk would scold me for disturbing its territory, and I'd find myself apologizing to the little creature as if it could understand. Unfortunately, once in a while during these cleanup operations, you would find things dumped of a much darker nature than furniture and household waste. Sometimes people disposed of things that made your stomach turn, and your faith in humanity waver. Dead animals were common enough. Pets that had been taken care of in inhumane ways rather than brought to a veterinarian for proper euthanasia. Carlton had warned us about this possibility during our training, though he tried to shield the younger volunteers from the worst discoveries. "If you find anything that makes you uncomfortable," he'd said, "mark the location and walk away. Call it in on the radio and we'll handle it." But I hadn't been given a radio that day. There were only so many to go around, and I was considered experienced enough to work independently. That decision would prove to be a mistake that haunted both me and Carlton for years afterward. About 2 hours into my work, as I was pulling a tattered plastic tarp from where it had been snagged on a low branch, I discovered something that made me stop dead in my tracks. Underneath the tarp, partially hidden by fallen leaves and forest debris, was a cardboard box that had been soaked by rain and was falling apart at the seams. The smell hit me first, that sickly sweet odor of decomposition mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Something that made my nostrils burn and my eyes water. I approached cautiously, using my poke stick to lift the remaining pieces of cardboard away from the contents. Inside were the remains of what had once been a litter of puppies. 7 small bodies, their eyes not yet opened, discarded like garbage by someone who couldn't be bothered with the responsibility of proper animal care. The sight hit me like a physical blow, and I had to step back and breathe deeply to keep from being sick. This wasn't the first time I'd encountered something like this during cleanup operations. Unfortunately, you'd be amazed at how cruel people can be when they think no one is watching, but it never got easier to see, and it always made me question what was wrong with the world that someone could do such a thing to innocent creatures. If I had been given a radio, I would have called it in immediately. The protocol was clear. Discoveries like this needed to be reported so that Carlton and the other adults could handle the situation appropriately and document it for possible law enforcement involvement. They tried to keep us younger volunteers from being exposed to the more serious and disturbing aspects of human cruelty. But standing there alone in the woods, miles from the nearest person, I felt a responsibility to these small creatures that overrode the standard procedures. They deserved better than to rot in a cardboard box like refuse. They deserved dignity, even in death. I made a decision that would change the course of my entire day and, ultimately, my entire relationship with the wilderness I'd always loved. Instead of leaving them with the pile of garbage bags I'd already filled and continuing with my assigned work, I decided to give these poor creatures a proper burial. The decision felt right in the moment, but it meant I would be venturing deeper into the woods than I had originally planned, farther from the marked trails and established roads, farther from civilization and help, should I need it. I dropped off my backpack of supplies and my poke stick near the road, marking the spot with a bright orange ribbon tied to a maple sapling so I could find it again. The day was getting warmer, and I could see storm clouds building on the horizon through the gaps in the canopy. I needed to work quickly if I wanted to complete my task and get back to the pickup point before the weather turned. I walked into the woods carrying only the cardboard box with its tragic contents, my pocket knife and a water bottle. The forest seemed different once I left the established areas where people regularly traveled. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to create a natural cathedral that filtered the sunlight into moving patterns on the forest floor. The normal sounds of the woods continued around me, but they seemed muffled somehow, as if the deeper forest absorbed sound differently than the areas near human activity. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud on the carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves. and I found myself trying to walk more quietly without really understanding why. I walked for probably 20 minutes, following animal trails and natural clearings, before I found what seemed like an appropriate spot. There was a rather large pine tree, ancient and massive, that stood in a small clearing surrounded by younger growth. The tree had that timeless quality that old-growth forest possesses. You could sense the decades of storms it had weathered, the countless seasons it had witnessed. The spot felt peaceful and dignified, the kind of place where these innocent creatures could rest undisturbed. The ground beneath the pine was softer than the surrounding areas, covered with a thick layer of needles that would make digging easier. I placed the cardboard box gently at the base of the tree and began searching for tools. In the wilderness, you learn to make do with what's available, and I needed something sturdy enough to break ground and move earth. Walking in a slow circle around the great pine, I searched for a stick or rock or similar items that I could use to start excavating a proper grave. The forest provided what I needed. I found a rather large branch that had fallen from one of the surrounding trees. The wood was solid oak, weathered but not rotted, and it was the perfect size for the task at hand. Using my weight and leverage, I was able to break the branch in half, creating a digging tool with a pointed end and a handle I could grip comfortably. I then used my pocket knife to sharpen one end further, carving away the bark and wood until I had created a serviceable spade. The work was harder than I had anticipated. The ground beneath the pine tree looked soft and welcoming from the surface, but underneath the layer of needles and topsoil, I encountered a complex network of roots that had been growing for decades. Each root had to be carefully worked around or cut through with my knife, and the deeper I dug, the more challenging the work became. Sweat began to bead on my forehead despite the cool shade of the forest canopy. The physical labor was demanding, but there was something meditative about it as well. Each scoop of earth brought me closer to completing this small act of compassion in a world that had shown these creatures none. It took me the better part of an hour to dig a hole about 1.5 feet deep, and wide enough to accommodate the small bodies. My hands were raw from gripping the makeshift shovel, and my back ached from bending over the excavation, but I was satisfied with the work. The hole was deep enough to protect the remains from scavengers and weather, and it felt appropriately respectful for the innocent lives that had been so carelessly discarded. I proceeded to lay the small bodies to rest with as much dignity as I could provide. I chose not to bury them in the cardboard box, as I didn't want to add to the trash that was already polluting this pristine area. Instead, I wrapped each tiny form in clean leaves and placed them gently in the earth they would return to. The moment felt sacred in a way that surprised me. Here I was, a teenager alone in the wilderness, performing a funeral service for creatures that would never know they had been mourned. I took a few moments to say a prayer, asking God to receive these innocent souls and to forgive the cruelty of the person who had abandoned them. Tears came unexpectedly as I worked, and I didn't try to stop them. The combination of anger at human cruelty, sadness for unnecessary suffering, and the profound solitude of the deep woods created an emotional intensity I hadn't anticipated. The forest felt like a natural sanctuary, the perfect place for such a solemn ritual. However, as I was covering up the grave with the excavated soil, patting it down gently and arranging the pine needles to restore the natural appearance of the forest floor, I heard a sound that made me pause mid-motion. It was the sharp crack of a small branch breaking, maybe 50 feet to my left. The position I was in, crouched below the low-hanging branches of the great pine, kept me from being able to see the source of the sound clearly. But the snap was distinct and deliberate. Not the random settling of dead wood, but the sound of something substantial stepping on a branch with enough force to break it. I stopped talking and moving immediately, every muscle in my body tensing as I listened intently for any further sounds. My heart rate increased noticeably, and I became acutely aware of how alone and vulnerable I was in this remote location. The nearest human being was miles away, and no one would think to look for me if something went wrong. But this wasn't one of those moments you read about in horror stories where the forest went quiet and all natural sounds cease ominously. The birds were still active, though I noticed now that their calls seemed to be coming from the opposite direction, farther away from where the branch-breaking sound had originated. The insects continued their summer drone, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the faint rustle of a squirrel or chipmunk moving through the underbrush. What I didn't notice at the time, in my distracted state of grief and exhaustion, was that the birds had indeed changed their behavior. When I had first arrived at this spot, their calls had been all around me, a natural chorus that indicated a healthy, undisturbed ecosystem. Now their voices were coming from a completely different area, as if they had been driven away from something that made them uncomfortable. After sitting there for about 3 minutes, quietly looking around and trying to peer through the branches to my left, I didn't see anything that could have caused the sound. No movement, no flash of fur or feathers, no obvious explanation for the sharp crack I had heard. The forest seemed peaceful and normal, just as it had when I arrived. I convinced myself that it was probably just a dead branch finally giving way under its own weight, or perhaps a small animal that had moved on before I could spot it. The Adirondacks were full of wildlife, and it would be more unusual to spend hours in the woods without encountering some kind of animal activity. Satisfied with my rational explanation, I continued working to complete the burial. I finished covering the small grave, and then took time to mark it appropriately. I found several perfect pine cones and a smooth, rounded stone that had been polished by countless seasons of rain and snow. I arranged these natural markers in a small pattern that would indicate this spot was somehow different, somehow special, without being obvious to any casual passerby who might stumble across it. After I had completed the burial ritual and said my final prayer for the innocent creatures, I stood up slowly, my knees stiff from kneeling on the forest floor for so long. The work had been emotionally and physically draining, but I felt a sense of closure and peace. I had done what I could to restore some dignity to a situation that had begun with such cruelty. I brushed the dirt from my jeans and hands, shouldered my water bottle, and started to walk away from the great pine tree toward where I had left my supplies. The afternoon was advancing, and I still had several miles to cover before reaching the designated pickup point where Carlton would be waiting with the rest of the group. But as I took my first steps away from the burial site, I heard something that stopped me dead in my tracks and sent every primitive survival instinct in my body into high alert. It was a sound that could only be described as a moan mixed with a growl, low-pitched, prolonged, and unlike anything I had ever heard from the throat of any animal I was familiar with. The sound seemed to come from somewhere in the trees to my left, roughly in the same direction where I had heard the branch break earlier. This was bear country, and I knew that black bears could make a variety of vocalizations, from huffing and jaw-popping when stressed to loud bawling when cubs were separated from their mothers. There were also some cougars in the area, though they were much less common and typically avoided human contact. Mountain lions could produce some truly unsettling sounds, including screams that sounded almost human. My first instinct was that a natural predator had caught the scent of the recently buried remains and had come to investigate. The smell of death, even from small animals, could travel significant distances in the woods and attract scavengers from miles around. Bears especially had an incredible sense of smell and wouldn't hesitate to dig up a burial site if they thought there was an easy meal to be found. This thought made me acutely aware of how inadequately prepared I was for a potentially dangerous wildlife encounter. I had only my pocket knife as any form of self-defense, a pathetic weapon against a full-grown black bear or mountain lion. My heart began to pound as I realized just how isolated and vulnerable my situation had become. But even as these rational explanations ran through my mind, something about the sound bothered me in a way I couldn't articulate. I had spent countless hours in these woods over the years, and I had heard bears before. I had even encountered them on a few occasions and lived to tell about it. This sound was different somehow. It had a quality that didn't quite fit with any animal I knew. I wasn't really scared yet, though. My rational mind was still in control, and I was telling myself that it was probably just two trees rubbing against one another in the wind. That phenomenon was rather common in dense forest areas, especially when the wind picked up before a storm. The friction between bark and wood could create some truly bizarre sounds that might easily be mistaken for animal vocalizations. I stood perfectly still and scanned the forest around me, looking for any obvious signs of wildlife or any other explanation for what I had heard. The trees swayed gently in the afternoon breeze, and I could see several places where branches or trunks might be in contact with each other. The wind was picking up as the storm clouds I had noticed earlier began to move closer. Looking around carefully, I found nothing that could definitively explain the strange sound. The forest appeared normal and peaceful, with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy and the usual summer symphony of insects and distant bird calls. But just as I was about to dismiss the incident and continue on my way back to civilization, something caught my eye that made my breath catch in my throat. About 30 yards away from the great pine tree where I had just completed the burial, I saw a branch and pieces of bark come falling down from a tree that was roughly half the size of the massive pine. The falling debris wasn't unusual in itself. Branches were constantly dropping in the forest as they died or were broken by wind and weather. But what made me look up into that tree would haunt my dreams for years to come. Midway up the trunk, perhaps 15 feet off the ground, I saw something that defied every category my rational mind tried to place it in. It appeared to be roughly the size of a bear cub, but everything else about it was wrong in ways that made my skin crawl and my pulse race. The thing was a mottled brown-gray-green color that seemed to shift and change as it moved against the bark of the tree. It had no obvious shape that I could compare to any animal I had ever seen or studied. The coloration and texture reminded me of lichen or moss, but there was an organic quality to it that clearly indicated this was a living creature, not some type of plant growth. Immediately I jumped backward, cursing loudly as I did so. The sudden movement and sound was involuntary. Every instinct in my body was screaming that what I was looking at was fundamentally wrong, even though I couldn't explain why. I turned around and took several more steps backward, desperate to put distance between myself and whatever that thing was, while still keeping my eyes locked on it. I couldn't tell if it was something alive or just some strange formation on the tree trunk. The pattern and coloration were so perfect for camouflage that it could have been part of the tree itself, some kind of growth or disease that I had never encountered before. But then it began to move, and there was no question that this was a living creature. The movement was subtle at first, just a slight shifting that made me realize the mass I was looking at was separate from the tree trunk. But as it became more active, I could see that it was definitely an animal of some kind, though unlike anything I had ever encountered in years of wilderness experience. Honestly, I still can't give you a clear description of what I saw that day. It didn't have fur like a bear or mountain lion, but it wasn't smooth skin either. The covering looked almost like living moss or lichen, textured and organic but somehow wrong. The closest comparison I can make is to say that it looked like the forest itself had somehow come alive and taken on a vaguely animal shape. As far as I knew, the Adirondacks didn't have anything like sloths. And even if they did, this thing didn't look like any sloth I had ever seen in nature documentaries. It was more compact and muscular, with a different body structure that seemed designed for climbing and clinging to vertical surfaces. I couldn't distinguish a head or face until it turned and looked directly at me. That moment when our eyes met across the 30 yards of forest floor was one of the most disturbing experiences of my life. It definitely had a face, but it was compressed and flattened in a way that didn't look natural for any mammal I could think of. I was standing roughly 80 feet from the creature, and it was positioned about 15 feet up the tree, which made getting clear details difficult. The day had turned mildly cloudy, and anyone who has spent time in deep woods knows that the canopy creates multiple layers of shade that can make even bright daylight seem dim and filtered. But even with the poor lighting conditions, I could make out enough details to know that this was unlike any animal I had ever encountered. The face appeared to be dark and compressed, almost as if it had been flattened against the front of the skull. I couldn't make out individual eyes or other facial features clearly, but there was definitely a sense of intelligence and awareness when it looked at me. What I could see clearly were the 4 limbs, which were wrapped around the tree trunk in a way that demonstrated incredible gripping strength. The appendages ended in what looked like paws, but they were more developed and dexterous than typical animal paws. They reminded me somewhat of raccoon hands, but the claws extending from them were proportionally much longer, about as long as the digits themselves. The creature also had a long, thick tail that was roughly the same length as its body. The tail moved occasionally, swishing back and forth in a way that seemed deliberate rather than reflexive. It was clearly being used for balance and support as the animal positioned itself on the tree trunk. As I watched in fascination and growing unease, the creature began to climb down the tree slowly and deliberately. Every movement was calculated and controlled, demonstrating a level of coordination and strength that was genuinely impressive. But throughout the entire descent, it kept its attention focused on me, watching me with an intensity that made me increasingly uncomfortable. This constant eye contact was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire encounter. Most wild animals, when they encounter humans, will either flee immediately or watch cautiously while preparing to flee. They don't typically maintain sustained eye contact while approaching closer to a potential threat. That's when I noticed something that made the encounter even more unsettling. The creature had ears that were soft and rounded, positioned on the sides of its head in a way that looked distinctly human rather than animal-like. Most mammals have ears that are pointed or elongated, and positioned differently relative to their skull structure. These ears were wrong in a way that triggered some deep primitive part of my brain. The thing made no sound as it descended, except for the occasional light scraping of claws against bark. This silence was somehow more threatening than if it had been growling or making aggressive noises. The quiet deliberateness of its movement suggested intelligence and purpose rather than simple animal instinct. When it reached a large branch about 12 feet off the ground, it climbed out onto the limb with the same careful precision it had shown during its descent. The branch was substantial enough to support its weight, but I could see it flex slightly under the load, giving me some sense of how heavy this creature actually was. The thing moved like a raccoon in some ways, with that same fluid grace and obvious comfort in an arboreal environment. But the shape of the body and the proportions were all wrong. The rounded head seemed to have no obvious neck connecting directly to shoulders that were broader and more developed than any raccoon's. It wasn't a bear or any other animal I could think of, like a fisher or marten, because it had no protruding snout. The face was compressed and flattened, with what appeared to be nostril holes rather than any obvious nose structure. The overall facial configuration was vaguely reminiscent of certain primate species, but there were no known monkeys or apes native to North America. Its eyes were a lighter color that caught and reflected the available sunlight on occasion, giving them an almost luminous quality in the shadows of the forest canopy. When the light hit them just right, they seemed to glow with their own internal illumination, which added to the otherworldly quality of the entire encounter. The skin or covering looked like it could serve as perfect camouflage, blending seamlessly with tree bark, moss-covered rocks, or forest floor debris. In different lighting or from a greater distance, this creature could probably become nearly invisible in its natural environment. Suddenly, the creature opened its mouth and let out a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. It was a low-pitched whistle, unlike anything I had ever heard from any animal. The sound was pure and sustained, almost musical in quality, but there was something profoundly unsettling about it that bypassed my rational mind and spoke directly to some primal fear center in my brain. The whistle seemed to go on forever, though it was probably only a few seconds. During that time, I felt completely frozen, unable to move or think clearly. It was as if the sound had some kind of hypnotic or paralyzing effect that temporarily short-circuited my normal responses. That's when I decided I'd seen more than enough. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to get away from this creature as quickly as possible. Whatever it was, it clearly wasn't afraid of humans, and its behavior suggested a level of intelligence and curiosity that made me deeply uncomfortable. I glanced backward quickly to make sure my escape path was clear of obstacles, then turned and ran through the forest as fast as the terrain would allow. Branches whipped at my face and arms, and I stumbled several times on hidden roots and fallen logs, but I didn't slow down until I was completely out of breath. I looked back several times during my panicked flight to make sure I wasn't being followed. The creature never pursued me, which was both a relief and somehow even more disturbing. Most animals that might pose a threat would either chase prey or retreat from a potential threat. This thing just watched me go with what seemed like mild interest, as if my presence had been entertaining but not particularly important. When I finally stopped running, I was completely lost and disoriented. In my panic, I had abandoned any attempt to navigate carefully, and I now had no idea which direction would lead me back to my supplies or to the pickup point where Carlton would be waiting. It took me nearly 2 hours of careful navigation using the sun's position and my knowledge of the local topography to find my way back to where I had left my equipment. By the time I retrieved my backpack and poke stick, I was exhausted, dehydrated, and emotionally drained from the entire experience. I never did see the creature again during my remaining time in the woods that day, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still somewhere nearby, watching me from a distance. Every shadow seemed potentially threatening. Every sound made me jump, and I found myself constantly looking up into the trees for any sign of movement. When I finally made it to the pickup point, Carlton took one look at me and knew something significant had happened. I was scratched, dirty, and obviously shaken, and I had very little to show for an entire day of cleanup work. I told him about finding the dead puppies and taking time to bury them, which he approved of and understood. But when I described the creature I had encountered, his expression became skeptical and concerned. "Probably a raccoon with mange," he said after I had finished my account. "Mange can make animals look pretty strange, change their behavior too. They lose their fur, get disoriented, sometimes become more aggressive or less afraid of humans." When I insisted that the face didn't look like any raccoon I'd ever seen, he suggested that stress and adrenaline had affected my perception. "When you're scared and alone in the woods, your mind can play tricks on you," he explained. Things that are perfectly normal can seem strange and threatening. But I knew what I had seen, and I knew it wasn't a diseased raccoon, or a trick of light and shadow. The creature's face had been similar to that of certain primate species I'd seen in nature documentaries, broad and flattened like a snub-nosed monkey. But the color, proportions, and overall appearance were completely different from any known primate. There are no native monkey species in North America, and this was far too remote an area for an escaped exotic pet to survive for any length of time. The nearest zoo was hundreds of miles away, and there had been no reports of missing animals that matched what I had described. I don't have a definitive answer to what I saw that day, and I've spent years researching it on and off without finding any satisfactory explanation. It was clearly comfortable climbing trees and living in an arboreal environment, with adaptations that were perfectly suited for life in the forest canopy. But more than the physical characteristics, it was the intelligence and awareness that the creature displayed that continues to disturb me. The way it watched me, the deliberate nature of its movements, the strange whistle that seemed almost like an attempt at communication. All of these behaviors suggested something far more complex than a simple woodland animal. To this day, whenever I'm in the woods, I find myself looking up into the trees more often than I used to. Not out of fear, exactly, but out of a heightened awareness that there might be things living in our forests that we don't know about or understand. Things that are perfectly adapted to remain hidden from human observation, emerging only occasionally when circumstances align in just the right way. I still love the wilderness, and I still spend as much time as possible in wild places. But that encounter changed my relationship with the forest in subtle but lasting ways. I'm more alert now, more aware of the possibility that we might not be alone even in the most remote locations. Sometimes when I'm camping alone and I hear an unusual sound in the darkness beyond my fire, I remember that low-pitched whistle and wonder if somewhere out there, in the deep woods where humans rarely venture, there are creatures that have learned to live alongside us without our knowledge. The question that haunts me most isn't what I saw that day. It's how many other people have had similar encounters and simply never talked about them, knowing that no one would believe their stories or take them seriously. In the end, perhaps Carlton was right, and stress and isolation affected my perception of a perfectly ordinary animal. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real, and I know it was something that doesn't fit into any of our neat categories of known wildlife. The Adirondacks are vast and largely unexplored, containing millions of acres of wilderness that humans visit only rarely. If something wanted to remain hidden in such an environment, it would have countless opportunities to do so. And maybe that's exactly what's happening. Maybe there are creatures living in our forests that have evolved not just to survive in the wild, but to avoid detection by the species that has claimed dominion over the rest of the planet. Whatever I saw that day, it was perfectly adapted to its environment and showed no fear of humans. It was curious about me, but not threatened by my presence. And that, more than anything else, is what continues to give me pause when I venture into the deep woods alone. Because if there are things out there that we don't know about, things that are intelligent enough to remain hidden from us, then we need to be more humble about our assumption that we understand and control the natural world around us. The wilderness still holds secrets, and some of those secrets might be more profound and disturbing than we're prepared to acknowledge. As I zipped up my backpack filled with enough supplies for a week-long camping trip in the Navajo Nation's rugged backcountry, I couldn't shake the feeling that this excursion would be different from any I'd experienced before. My name is Alex, and I've always been drawn to the untamed wilderness, seeking solace in nature's embrace. But this time, something in the air felt charged, electric with anticipation, or perhaps warning. The Navajo Reservation sprawled across the Four Corners region, a vast expanse of red rock canyons, pine-forested mountains, and sacred lands steeped in ancient lore. I'd obtained the necessary permits and studied the approved hiking routes, determined to respect the land and its people. Yet as I shouldered my pack and locked my car at the trailhead, a chill ran down my spine despite the warm autumn sun. I set off down the well-worn path, boots crunching on gravel and pine needles. The scent of sage and juniper filled my nostrils, and the distant cry of a hawk echoed through the canyons. As I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the modern world fell away, replaced by a landscape that seemed unchanged for millennia. By late afternoon, I'd covered several miles and decided to make camp in a small clearing nestled between towering ponderosa pines. As I set up my tent and gathered firewood, the shadows lengthened, and an eerie stillness settled over the forest. The usual chorus of birdsong and rustling leaves had gone quiet, as if the very land was holding its breath. I cooked a simple meal over my campfire, watching as the flames cast dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. As night fell, a sliver of moon rose, bathing the landscape in pale, silvery light. I should have felt at peace, but instead, unease gnawed at the pit of my stomach. Just as I was about to retreat to my tent, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond the firelight. I froze, straining my ears. Another crack, closer this time. My heart began to race as I peered into the gloom, searching for the source of the sound. Then I saw it, a pair of eyes reflecting the firelight, too high off the ground to belong to any normal animal. They blinked once and vanished. I scrambled into my tent, zipping it shut as if the thin nylon could offer any real protection. Sleep eluded me that night, my mind racing with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and the supernatural forces that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. Dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. I emerged from my tent, bleary-eyed and on edge after a restless night. The forest seemed normal in the light of day, birds chirping and small animals scurrying about their business. I tried to convince myself that the eyes I'd seen were just a figment of my imagination, a trick of shadow and firelight. As I broke camp and continued my hike, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle in the underbrush, every shadow that flickered at the corner of my vision, set my nerves on edge. I pressed on, following the trail as it wound through a narrow canyon, red rock walls towering on either side. Midday found me resting beside a small stream, refilling my water bottles and stretching my tired muscles. As I sat on a sun-warmed boulder, letting the gentle burble of the water soothe my frayed nerves, an old man appeared on the path. He was clearly Navajo, his weathered face etched with the lines of a long life, his long silver hair tied back in a neat braid. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he said without preamble, his dark eyes studying me intently. I started, surprised by his sudden appearance. "I have a permit," I replied defensively. "I'm following all the guidelines for backcountry hiking." The old man shook his head slowly. "Some things can't be permitted. Some trails shouldn't be walked by outsiders." He paused, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. "Have you seen anything unusual?" I hesitated, then found myself telling him about the eyes I'd glimpsed the night before. As I spoke, the old man's expression grew grave. "Listen carefully," he said, his voice low and urgent. "You've entered a place between worlds where the veil is thin. There are creatures here, ancient and powerful, that don't take kindly to trespassers." "What kind of creatures?" I asked, a chill creeping up my spine despite the warm sun. The old man's eyes met mine, and in them I saw a mixture of fear and resignation. "We call them Yinaldlushi, skinwalkers. They are witches who have forsaken their humanity, taking on the forms of animals to work their evil." I wanted to scoff, to dismiss his words as superstition, but the memory of those gleaming eyes in the darkness held my tongue. "How can I protect myself?" I asked instead. The old man reached into a pouch at his belt and withdrew a small object, a hand-carved fetish in the shape of a wolf strung on a leather cord. "Wear this," he said, pressing it into my hand. "It may offer some protection, but the surest safety lies in leaving this place. Turn back while you still can." Before I could reply, he turned and walked away, disappearing around a bend in the canyon as suddenly as he had appeared. I stared at the fetish in my hand, its weight seeming far greater than its size would suggest. As I resumed my hike, the old man's warnings echoed in my mind. The rational part of me wanted to dismiss them as the ramblings of a superstitious elder, but a deeper instinct urged caution. I slipped the fetish around my neck, its presence both comforting and ominous. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but as twilight approached and I made camp for the second night, the forest seemed to close in around me. The shadows grew longer, darker, and more menacing. As I huddled by my small fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there in the darkness, watching, waiting. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with disjointed nightmares, flashes of teeth and claws, inhuman howls, and always, always those gleaming eyes boring into my soul. I awoke with a start, heart pounding, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool night air. Something had pulled me from my uneasy slumber. A sound, barely perceptible but undeniably real. I lay still in my sleeping bag, ears straining in the darkness. There it was again, a soft scraping, like claws on bark, coming from just outside my tent. My fingers clutched the wolf fetish around my neck as I held my breath, willing whatever was out there to move on. A shadow fell across the tent wall, backlit by the dying embers of my fire. It was distinctly humanoid in shape, but too tall, too lean to be a normal person. As I watched in paralyzed horror, the shadow seemed to elongate, twisting into something no longer recognizably human. A low growl rumbled through the night, so deep I felt it in my bones rather than heard it. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the shadow vanished. The scraping sounds receded, fading into the distance until all I could hear was the frantic pounding of my own heart. I didn't sleep again that night. As soon as the first gray light of dawn seeped through the trees, I emerged from my tent on shaky legs. The campsite looked undisturbed, but as I circled the perimeter, I froze in my tracks. There, in a patch of soft earth, was a footprint, if you could call it that. It was elongated, with sharp claw marks at the ends of distorted toes. It looked like a bizarre fusion of human and animal, too large for a wolf or coyote, but no human foot could have made that impression. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Could it be a bear? A mountain lion? But I knew in my gut that this was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist in the natural world. As I stared at the track, the old man's words came back to me. Yinald Lushi, skinwalkers. I shuddered, the weight of the fetish around my neck suddenly oppressive. I broke camp in record time, my earlier plans of a leisurely week-long trek forgotten. All I wanted now was to get back to civilization, back to a world where monsters existed only in stories and on screens. But as I shouldered my pack and consulted my map, my heart sank. The quickest route back to my car was still a 2-day hike through increasingly rugged terrain. I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. I could do this. I had to do this. I set off at a brisk pace, constantly scanning my surroundings. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. By midday, my nerves were frayed, and my muscles ached from the constant tension. As I paused to rest and eat a quick lunch, movement caught my eye. About 50 yards away, partially obscured by a stand of junipers, stood a coyote. But something was off. Its proportions were wrong, its limbs too long, its posture too erect. As I stared, it turned its head and met my gaze. Those eyes, they were the same ones I'd seen that first night, glowing in the firelight. They weren't the eyes of an animal, but something ancient, intelligent and malevolent. A sound escaped its mouth, not the yip of a coyote, but a low guttural laugh that was terrifyingly human. I scrambled to my feet, abandoning my half-eaten lunch, and ran. I crashed through underbrush, leapt over fallen logs, my pack bouncing painfully against my back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs trembled, finally collapsing against a boulder, gasping for air. As my breathing slowed and my panic subsided, I realized I had a bigger problem. In my blind flight, I'd veered off the trail. I was lost in the wilderness, with dusk approaching and something inhuman on my trail. I pulled out my map and compass with shaking hands, trying to get my bearings. But as the shadows lengthened and an unnatural mist began to creep through the trees, I knew that this night would be a fight for survival, and quite possibly, for my very soul. As twilight deepened into true night, an unnatural fog rolled through the forest, thick and cloying. It seemed to absorb sound and light, leaving me in a muffled gray world where distances became deceptive and familiar landmarks disappeared into the gloom. I had managed to find a small cave in the side of a rocky outcropping, not much more than a shallow indent really, but it felt safer than being fully exposed. I huddled there, my back pressed against the cold stone, straining my eyes and ears for any sign of pursuit. The mist swirled and eddied, taking on shapes that seemed almost deliberate, reaching tendrils, grasping claws, leering faces that formed and dissolved in the blink of an eye. I told myself it was just my frightened imagination playing tricks, but a deeper part of me knew better. This fog wasn't natural. It was a hunting ground, a veil between worlds where the skinwalker held sway. As if summoned by my thoughts, a howl pierced the night. A sound that started as a wolf's cry but twisted mid-note into something terrifyingly human. It was close, much too close. I pressed myself further into the meager shelter of the cave, one hand clutching the wolf fetish, the other wrapped around the handle of my hunting knife. Footsteps approached, slow and deliberate. Through the mist, a figure began to take shape. At first, it looked like a man, tall and lean, but as it drew closer, its form seemed to shimmer and shift. One moment it was bipedal, the next it moved on all fours. Its proportions changed with each step, limbs elongating, spine twisting, head reshaping itself from human to animal, and back again. I held my breath, hoping against hope that it would pass me by. The figure paused, lifting its head to scent the air. Slowly it turned toward my hiding place. Through the fog I caught a glimpse of its face, a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with eyes that glowed with an inner fire. It spoke then in a voice that grated like stone on stone. "I smell your fear, little one. You don't belong here. This is my domain, my hunting ground. Did you think that trinket would protect you?" I clutched the fetish tighter, my voice barely a whisper as I replied, "What do you want from me?" The creature's mouth stretched into a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Want. I want what all predators want. The thrill of the chase, the taste of terror, the satisfaction of a successful hunt." It took a step closer, its form rippling and changing. "But you're different. I sense power in you, untapped potential. You could join us, you know? Shed your frail human form, embrace the night, become something more." For a moment, just a moment, I felt a pull, a seductive whisper of power and freedom. But then I thought of home, of my family and friends, of the life I'd left behind. I gripped the fetish so hard its edges bit into my palm. "Never," I spat, surprising myself with the vehemence in my voice. The skinwalker's eyes narrowed, and a low growl rumbled from its chest. "Then you've chosen to remain prey. Run, little one. Run as fast and as far as you can. It will make the hunt all the sweeter." With that, it melted back into the mist, its laughter echoing through the trees. I remained frozen in place for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe too loudly. But as the eastern sky began to lighten, I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to move, had to find my way back to the trail, and ultimately to safety. As I cautiously emerged from my shelter, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a landscape transformed by night. Everywhere I looked, I saw signs of the skinwalker's presence: claw marks on trees, tufts of fur that were neither fully animal nor human, tracks that shifted from paw prints to footprints and back again. I consulted my map and compass, plotted what I hoped was a course back to the main trail, and set off. But with each step I knew the skinwalker was out there, watching, waiting for night to fall again. And I knew that when darkness came, the real hunt would begin. As I pushed on through the day, trying to make up for lost time and find my way back to the marked trail, the weight of history and myth seemed to press in around me. Every rock formation, every ancient tree felt imbued with significance I couldn't quite grasp. Exhaustion and fear had heightened my senses to a fever pitch. Colors seemed more vivid, scents more potent, and as I walked I began to hear whispers. At first I thought it was just the wind through the leaves or my own ragged breathing, but gradually the whispers coalesced into words, fragments of stories, warnings, laments. They spoke of ancient wars between tribes, of dark magic and terrible sacrifices. They told of the first skinwalkers, medicine men, and women who had twisted their healing arts to serve their own selfish ends, trading their humanity for power. I heard tales of entire villages wiped out in a single night, of children stolen from their beds, of a darkness that had haunted these lands for centuries. As the whispers grew louder, the landscape around me seemed to shift and change. One moment I was walking through the forest as it was. The next I was surrounded by the ghostly images of a past long gone. I saw native warriors locked in battle, their war cries echoing across time. I witnessed secret ceremonies in hidden caves, where aspiring skinwalkers performed unspeakable rites to gain their powers. Through it all, one name kept repeating, growing louder until it drowned out all other sounds. Nahokoshi Hastiin, man who devours the stars. The visions crescendoed, and suddenly I found myself in the midst of a nightmarish scene. A village was burning, its inhabitants fleeing in terror as a monstrous figure loped between the flames. It was larger than any skinwalker I'd seen or imagined, its form a horrifying amalgamation of wolf, bear, and man. Its eyes blazed with an unholy fire as it snatched up fleeing villagers, consuming them whole. As quickly as it had appeared, the vision faded, leaving me gasping and disoriented. I stumbled, nearly falling, and found myself face to face with a weathered petroglyph carved into a red rock wall. The crude figure depicted matched the monster from my vision, Nahokoshi Hastian, the most powerful and terrifying skinwalker of all. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the truth. I wasn't just being hunted by any skinwalker. I had stumbled into the territory of a legendary evil, a creature that had terrorized these lands for untold generations. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, I redoubled my efforts to find the trail. The whispers faded, but the knowledge they had imparted weighed heavily on me. I was no longer just fighting for my own survival, but carrying the echoes of countless victims before me. Their stories, their warnings, their pain, all of it fueled my determination to survive and somehow put an end to this ancient evil. As night fell once more, I knew I couldn't keep running. The skinwalker, Nahokoshi Hastian, would never stop hunting me, and even if I managed to escape, how many more innocent lives would be lost to this monster? The whispers of the past had awakened something in me, a sense of responsibility I couldn't ignore. I found a defensible position, a small plateau with a clear view of the surrounding area. Instead of hiding, I built a fire, larger than was wise, a blazing beacon in the darkness. Then I sat, the wolf fetish in one hand, my knife in the other, and waited. I didn't have to wait long. The mist rolled in once more, but this time I was ready for it. I focused on the fetish, remembering the old man's words, drawing strength from the generations of Navajo who had fought against this evil before me. A howl split the night, closer than ever before. I stood, facing the direction of the sound. "I'm here," I shouted into the darkness. "Come and face me, Nahokoshi Hastian. I'm not running anymore." The mist parted, and there it stood, the monster from my vision. Even more terrifying in reality. It towered over me, its massive form rippling with barely contained power, its eyes fixed on me, burning with hunger and hatred. "Brave little morsel," it growled, its voice like grinding boulders. "Do you think you can stand against me? Countless warriors have tried. Their bones litter my domain." I stood my ground, fear warring with determination. Maybe they stood alone, but I carry their stories, their strength. I won't let their sacrifices be in vain. The skinwalker laughed, a sound that shook the very ground. "Pretty words. Let's see if they protect you from my claws and teeth." It lunged, faster than anything that size should move. But somehow, I was faster. I dodged, the fetish in my hand growing warm. Was it my imagination? Or was it glowing faint? We danced a deadly dance, the skinwalker's massive form twisting and changing as it attacked. One moment it had the head of a wolf, the next a bear's crushing paws. I dodged and weaved, the fetish growing hotter in my hand, seeming to guide my movements. As we fought, I began to understand. The skinwalker's power came from fear, the fear of its victims, the fear it had instilled in these lands for generations. And while I was terrified, I was no longer letting that fear control me. "Your time is over, Nahokoshi Hastian," I shouted, my voice stronger than I felt. "These lands don't belong to you anymore." The skinwalker roared in fury, lunging at me with renewed ferocity. But in its anger, it grew careless. I saw an opening and took it, driving my knife deep into its side. The creature howled in pain and rage. Black, oily blood seeped from the wound. It staggered back, its form flickering like a bad transmission. "This isn't over," it snarled. "I am eternal. I am the night itself." But I could see the truth in its eyes. For the first time in centuries, Nahokoshi Hastian knew fear. Before I could press my advantage, the skinwalker melted into the mist, its howls fading into the distance. I stood there breathing hard, hardly believing I had survived. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion hit me like a truck. I barely managed to rekindle my fire before collapsing beside it, slipping into a deep, dreamless sleep. I awoke to the soft light of dawn filtering through the trees. For a moment I lay there, disoriented, the events of the night before feeling like a distant nightmare. But the ache in my muscles and the dried blood on my knife told a different story. As I sat up, wincing at my various scrapes and bruises, I noticed something had changed. The air felt lighter, cleaner somehow. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the forest was gone, replaced by the normal sounds of birds and small animals going about their morning routines. I broke camp quickly, eager to find my way back to civilization. As I hiked, I remained alert, half expecting the skinwalker to launch another attack. But the day passed uneventfully, the beauty of the wilderness slowly working its way back into my awareness. By mid-afternoon, I finally spotted a familiar landmark, a distinctive rock formation I recognized from my map. I was back on the main trail, and not far from the trailhead where I'd left my car. As I rounded a bend in the path, I nearly ran into someone coming the other way. It was the old Navajo man who had given me the fetish. He smiled at me, but it was a smile tinged with sadness, and something else. Respect, perhaps. "You faced him," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, suddenly at a loss for words. How could I possibly explain what had happened? The old man's eyes crinkled at the corners. "You did well. Nahukoji Hastian's power is broken. At least for now. It will be many years before he troubles these lands again." "But I didn't kill it," I protested. "It got away." "Some evils can't be killed, only pushed back," the old man replied. "What matters is that you stood against the darkness. You reminded it that there are still those who will fight." He reached out, gently taking the wolf fetish from around my neck. "This has served its purpose. I'll see that it's properly honored." As he turned to go, I called out, "Wait, who are you? How did you know about all this?" The old man paused, looking back at me with eyes that suddenly seemed ancient and unfathomably deep. "I am a guardian, one of many. We watch, we wait, we prepare others to face the darkness when it rises." His form shimmered slightly, reminding me of the skinwalker's transformations, but without the sense of wrongness. "Safe journey, brave one, and should you ever return to these lands, know that you walk among friends." With that, he disappeared around a bend in the trail. When I hurried after him, there was no sign of his passing. The final miles back to my car passed in a daze. My encounter with the skinwalker, the visions of the past, the mysterious old man, it all swirled in my mind, too fantastical to be real, yet impossible to dismiss. As I drove away from the Navajo lands, heading back toward the familiar comforts of home, I found myself grappling with everything I'd experienced. How could I possibly explain it to anyone? Who would believe me? But as the miles rolled by, I realized that maybe I didn't need anyone else to believe. I knew what had happened. I had faced an ancient evil, and against all odds I had survived. More than that, I had struck a blow against a darkness that had plagued these lands for generations. The experience had changed me, opened my eyes to a world beyond the one I thought I knew. I found myself looking at the landscape differently, wondering what other secrets it held, what other guardians watched from the shadows. As I neared home, I made a decision. I would return someday, better prepared, with a deeper understanding of the lore and history of these lands. The skinwalker was wounded but not destroyed, and if it ever rose again, I wanted to be ready. For now, though, I longed for the comfort of familiar surroundings. As I pulled into my driveway, the first stars appearing in the twilight sky, I felt a profound sense of gratitude. I had walked in two worlds and returned to tell the tale. I knew that my nights would be haunted for some time to come, filled with dreams of mist-shrouded forests and gleaming eyes in the darkness. But I also knew that I was stronger for having faced my fears, for having stood against an evil most could never imagine. As I unlocked my front door, I paused, looking back at the distant silhouette of mountains on the horizon. "Until we meet again," I whispered to the wind, to the ancient lands, to the guardians who walked unseen. Then I stepped inside, closing the door on one chapter of my life and opening another. The world was bigger, stranger, and more wondrous than I had ever imagined. And somewhere out there, in the wild places where few dare to tread, the eternal dance between light and darkness continued, waiting for those brave or foolish enough to join in. It was supposed to be a fun summer camping trip with my two best friends, John and Tyler. We had been planning it for months, a week out in the woods of northern Arizona, hiking, telling stories around the campfire, and getting away from it all. Little did we know the terror that awaited us. We arrived at the trailhead on a hot July afternoon and hefted our heavy packs onto our backs. The air smelled of sun-baked pine needles. Excited for the adventure ahead, we set off down the dusty trail, which quickly narrowed and plunged into a dense forest of ponderosa pines and Douglas firs. The trail wound through the trees, steadily climbing upwards. Occasionally, shafts of sunlight would pierce through the thick canopy, illuminating the motes of pollen and dust swirling in the still air. After a few hours of hiking, we reached a small clearing near a stream and decided to set up camp for the night. We pitched our tents, gathered firewood, and as dusk fell, built a roaring campfire. The crackling flames cast dancing shadows on the surrounding trees as we cooked up some hot dogs and beans for dinner. "Did you hear about the skinwalkers that supposedly live in these woods?" Tyler asked, his face flickering in the firelight. John and I shook our heads. "Skinwalkers are these creatures from Navajo legends," Tyler continued in a hushed voice. "Shamans who can transform into animals, like coyotes or owls. But they're evil. They use their powers to curse and hurt people." "Come on, man. That's just a myth," scoffed John, tossing another log on the fire. But I felt a chill run down my spine, and it wasn't from the cool night air. My grandfather had told me stories about skinwalkers when I was a kid, tales passed down from his own Navajo grandfather. I had always dismissed them as just spooky legends, but out here in the vast wilderness, miles from civilization, those old stories took on a menacing weight. We stayed up late into the night, swapping more creepy tales around the dying embers of the fire. Finally, we doused the coals and retired to our tents. But sleep did not come easy to me. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me start. At one point, I could have sworn I heard footsteps padding softly around our tents, circling us like a predator stalking its prey. My heart pounded in my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut and eventually drifted off into a fitful sleep, plagued by strange and unsettling dreams. I awoke with a start. Something had woken me. A sound. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, straining my ears to listen. Beside me, John and Tyler slept on, their breathing slow and even. There it was again. A low, mournful howl that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It sounded like a wolf, but distorted somehow, tinged with an almost human-like anguish. And it sounded close, maybe just beyond the edge of our campsite. I fumbled for my flashlight with shaking hands and unzipped the tent flap as slowly and quietly as I could. I poked my head out, heart pounding, and swept the beam of my flashlight across the campsite. The clearing was empty, our tents and supplies undisturbed. But as I panned the light towards the trees, I froze. Two eyes glowed back at me from the underbrush, about 30 yards away. They were the color of molten sulfur, flickering with a feral, otherworldly light. The howl sounded again, raising in pitch and intensity until it became an almost deafening shriek that shook me to my core. Those baleful yellow eyes never wavered from me. I tore my gaze away and scrambled back into the tent, zipping it up tight with fumbling fingers. I huddled in my sleeping bag, trembling, too terrified to even call out to my friends. The shrieks and howls continued, moving around and around our campsite in a dizzying spiral. It sounded like a coyote, an owl, a woman screaming, all at once, blending and bleeding into each other. This went on for what felt like hours, though it may have only been minutes. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop, trying to convince myself it was only a nightmare. Eventually, blessedly, the noises faded away, and the woods fell silent once more. I must have dozed off at some point, more from sheer exhaustion than anything else. I awoke at first light to John shaking my shoulder. "Rise and shine, sleeping beauty," he said with a grin. "You look like hell. Did you sleep at all last night?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. How could I begin to explain the sheer primal dread I had experienced? I shook my head and mumbled something about weird dreams. Over breakfast, I kept glancing over my shoulder at the spot in the trees where I had seen those burning yellow eyes. But in the light of day, the forest looked entirely ordinary, even inviting. I started to wonder if I really had imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was just my overactive imagination, primed by Tyler's skinwalker stories conjuring phantom terrors in the night. After breaking camp, we decided to spend the day going on a longer hike to explore more of the area. "I've heard there are some wicked cool caves a few miles north of here," Tyler said, consulting his trail map. I felt a flicker of unease at the thought of venturing even deeper into the trackless wilderness. But not wanting to seem like a chicken in front of my friends, I agreed. We refilled our water bottles in the creek, shouldered our day packs, and set off. It was a hard hike. The trail grew steeper and rockier, winding up through a parched, sun-blasted landscape of red sandstone cliffs and gnarled juniper trees. The relentless July sun beat down on us, and I could feel my shirt sticking to my back with sweat. We spoke little, saving our breath for the climb. As the afternoon wore on, an oppressive silence seemed to fall over the land, broken only by the crunch of our footsteps and the hollow whistle of the wind through the canyons. I had the uncanny sensation of being watched, though I never saw another soul on the trail. We reached the caves by late afternoon, a series of shadowy openings set into a sheer cliff face, a welcome relief from the heat of the day. A faint, musty smell wafted out, tinged with something sharper underneath that I couldn't place. Tyler produced a handful of glow sticks from his pack, and we each took one, snapping them to life. An eerie green light filled the mouth of the largest cave as we ducked inside, the air instantly cooling around us. Our glow sticks threw distorted, bobbing shadows on the rock walls as we moved deeper into the gloom. "Whoa, check these out," John called. He was crouched at the base of the wall a little ways in. As I drew closer, I saw what he was pointing at. A series of crude paintings etched into the stone. Stick figure men and animals danced across the rock, but there was something off about them. The proportions were all wrong, the limbs too long and spindly, the faces little more than gaping black holes. One figure in particular drew my eye. A towering man shape with the head of a coyote, its jaws stretched wide in a silent howl. Something about it sent a spike of primal fear lancing through me. As I leaned in closer to look, my foot hit something that made a hollow clinking sound. I glanced down to see that I had kicked a small object out of the dust and gravel on the cave floor. I stooped to pick it up. It was some sort of talisman or fetish, a thing of knotted twigs and bits of bone and yellowed teeth, all bound together with scraps of sinew, and in the center, a large oval stone with a hole worn through it. It almost looked like an eye, and unless it was a trick of the strange light, it almost seemed to be gleaming with a faint inner glow. A sudden dizziness washed over me, and I swayed on my feet. It felt as though the air had grown thick and hard to breathe. Without thinking, I slipped the unnerving object into my pocket. I just wanted to get out of this cave, with its eerie paintings and stifling atmosphere. "Come on, let's keep going," I called ahead to Tyler and John, wincing at the high, thready note in my voice. They looked up from the paintings and nodded, and together we pressed on into the tunnel's inky depths, our meager lights swallowed by the choking blackness. The deeper we pushed into the tangled guts of the cave system, the more uneasy I became. The passages twisted and turned, splitting off into side tunnels that gaped like hungry mouths. More than once I was sure we had gotten turned around and were going in circles. The air felt increasingly thick and stale, and I found myself panting for breath. My heart thudded against my ribs and my palms were slick with cold sweat. That strange dizziness from earlier still hadn't abated. "Does something feel off to you guys?" John asked, his voice echoing queerly in the confined space. "I don't like this place. I think we should turn back." "Don't be such a pussy," Tyler scoffed, though I noticed a tremor under his bravado.
"These caves probably go on for miles. I bet we barely scratched the surface."
I was just about to suggest that maybe John was right, that we should call it a day, when Tyler's glow stick winked out, plunging his section of tunnel into inky blackness. A startled curse rang out. "Shit, guys, I'm out of glow sticks. I can't see a thing," Tyler called, a rising note of panic in his voice. "Where are you?" "Right here, we're coming. Just stay put," John replied. I could hear him scuffling cautiously forward in the darkness towards Tyler. I swept my own fading glow stick in a wide arc, trying to get my bearings. As I did, the light flared over a craggy side passage a few yards ahead of me. I hadn't noticed it before, but it looked bigger than the others, tall enough to stand in. A flicker of movement from within caught my eye. Or did I imagine it? I took a few steps closer, heart pounding. My dwindling light played over the jagged rock walls. There was a sharp bend in the passage, hiding the depths from view. As my eyes strained to pierce the gloom, a figure suddenly detached itself from the shadows beyond and glided forward. My breath seized in my throat. It was tall, skeletally thin, little more than a silhouette in the darkness, but I caught the gleam of teeth bared in a feral grin, the glint of reptilian eyes, before the light sputtered and died, plunging me into Stygian blackness. A wave of sheer atavistic terror crashed over me. I screamed and spun away blindly, scrabbling back down the tunnel towards my friends. I could hear them yelling my name. I collided with them in the pitch dark, babbling in mindless panic. Together we fled through the labyrinthine dark, bouncing off unseen walls, tripping over stones, utterly lost. Finally, blessedly, I caught a whiff of fresher air and charged toward it like a crazed thing. We burst out of the caves into the fire-red light of sunset, gulping the warm evening air in great sobbing gasps. I collapsed to my knees in the dirt, my whole body shaking as if with a greg. "What the hell happened back there?" demanded John, his face bone white. I just shook my head wordlessly, unable to give voice to the raw dread choking my throat. Had the terror in the dark caverns been real, or a figment of my increasingly unhinged mind? I couldn't be sure of anything anymore. The hike back to camp was a tense, silent affair. We skipped dinner, too shaken to have any appetite. I lay in my tent, staring at the canvas wall, the talisman I'd found burning a hole in my pocket. I was too afraid to even take it out and look at it again. At some point I lapsed into a thin, troubled sleep. Visions of reptilian eyes and fang-filled grins cavorted behind my eyelids. I startled awake in the gray pre-dawn light, my sleeping bag tangled around my sweat-soaked limbs. Crawling out of the tent, I stood up painfully, muscles sore and joints aching like I had aged decades in a single night. As I turned to survey the gloom-shrouded campsite, my heart stuttered to a stop. There at the edge of the clearing, just visible through the shifting curtains of mist, a tall, spindly silhouette, its form wavering and blurring like a mirage. Even at this distance I could feel the weight of its gaze on me, twin points of baleful phosphorescent green. It raised one emaciated arm. A single skeletal finger pointed directly at me. Then, between one blink and the next, it was gone, dissolving into the murk as if it had never been. We broke camp in record time, not speaking a word to each other. I think by that point we all just wanted to get the hell out of those woods as quickly as possible. But I felt like a marked man stumbling through a nightmare from which I couldn't wake. As we set off down the trail, packs heavy on our aching backs, the feeling of being watched returned tenfold. The shadows between the trees seemed to ripple and seethe, snap of twig and rustle of leaves from unseen things tracking us just out of sight. And always at the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement, a flash of unnatural contortions, there and gone. We had been hiking for maybe 20 minutes when Tyler, who was on point, suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, his face bloodless. John and I cocked our heads, listening, and then we heard it too, a voice on the wind. Ragged, ululating syllables in some unknown tongue, ebbing and flowing, drawing closer. "Run," John croaked. "Run." And we ran, crashing through the brush in a blind frenzy, heedless of direction. Brambles tore at our clothes, lashed our faces. Behind us, the eerie chanting swelled, the words resolving into an all-too-clear refrain, "My stone, return my stone." With a sinking feeling of dread, I remembered the talisman from the cave, still jammed in the pocket of my jeans. The skinwalker's fetish, its power token, and I had taken it. Abruptly, the trees fell away and we stumbled to a halt, gasping for air. We had burst out into a small meadow, a still glade dappled with late afternoon sunlight, but the space had an expectant hush, like an audience holding its breath before the show begins. As we milled about wildly, unsure which way to turn, a figure emerged from the trees at the far side of the meadow. My blood turned to ice in my veins. It was the silhouette from the campsite, from the cave, but in the full light of day, its true nature was laid bare, and it was so much worse than I could have ever imagined. Emaciated to the point of skeletal, its ash-gray skin was stretched drum-tight over jutting bones, knobby stick limbs, long, scabrous fingers tipped in barbed nails. Rags fluttered from its body, rank with filth and rot. But the face was the true horror. A coyote's narrow muzzle, studded with jagged mismatched teeth jammed too closely in a distended human jawbone. Pointed, attentive ears twitching spasmodically, bile green eyes blazing with malice and sinister intelligence from underneath a heavy brow ridge. An abomination of nature, a mockery of all things right and good. "You have something of mine," it spoke, its voice the dry rasp of scales over stone. "Return it now and I will grant you a merciful death." I was paralyzed, rooted to the spot with terror. Tyler and John looked to me in mounting horror, realizing that I was the reason this thing had stalked and tormented us. With a trembling hand, I reached into my pocket. pulled out that wretched talisman. As soon as it hit the open air, it began to vibrate, to hum, as if in recognition of its master. The skinwalkers, as soon as the talisman hit the open air, it began to vibrate, to hum, as if in recognition of its master. The skinwalker's phosphorescent eyes fastened hungrily upon it. Yes, it hissed, a long forked tongue lolling obscenely over its snaggle teeth. Return it to me, foolish mortal, and your death will be swift. I stood frozen, the fetish clutched in my white-knuckled grip, my mind a perfect blank of sheer terror. The skinwalker took one gliding step forward, stick limbs moving with an obscene boneless grace. Don't do it, John suddenly yelled, startling me out of my stupor. Destroy the damn thing before it can get its claws on it. He started frantically digging through his pockets, searching for something. The skinwalker's head whipped towards him, a chilling snarl building in its throat. Then several things seemed to happen at once. The skinwalker lunged forward with supernatural speed, covering the distance of the meadow in a single heart's beat. At the same time, John found what he was looking for, his grandpa's old Zippo lighter. He snatched the talisman from my limp fingers, flicked the lighter to life, and touched the flame to the desiccated twigs and sinew. The effect was immediate and explosive. The skinwalker reared back with an ungodly shriek, a sound of equal parts agony and fury that sent daggers of pain lancing through my head. Greasy black smoke poured from the talisman as it burst into sickly green flames. The skinwalker's form seemed to waver and run like melting wax, its outline blurring. With a final soul-rending wail, the creature dissolved into a vortex of foul smoke and embers that swirled away on the rising wind. The fetish crumbled into ash in John's grip, sifting through his fingers to dust the forest floor. For a long moment we stood there trembling, hardly daring to believe it was over. Then as one we turned and got the hell out of there, not stopping until we had put 12 miles and the safety of civilization between us and that cursed glade. We never spoke of what happened in those woods again. The experience was too raw, too scarring. I think we all privately hoped that if we just didn't acknowledge it, we could pretend it never happened, that it was all just a shared hallucination or mass delusion born of isolation and overactive imaginations. But that chilling wail still haunts my nightmares, and sometimes I catch a flicker of movement at the corner of my eye, there and gone between one blink and the next, and in those moments I wonder if we truly defeated the skinwalker that day, or merely delayed the inevitable. If one day I'll awake to find those malevolent green eyes staring into mine, hear that voice like crumbling tombstones whisper, "I have finally found you," and then there will be no escape. My name's Eli Stanton, and I've lived off the grid for nearly a decade now. The dense forests of northern Maine have been my home, my sanctuary, and my escape from a world that once threatened to consume me. It wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was just another cog in the machine, a systems analyst for a big tech firm in Boston. The job paid well, but it sucked the life out of me, one pixel at a time. I still remember the day everything changed. It was a Tuesday, unremarkable in every way, until the phone call that shattered my world. My wife Laura had been in a car accident. By the time I made it to the hospital, she was gone. The doctors said it was instantaneous, that she didn't suffer. But I suffered. I suffered because I knew that if I hadn't been so absorbed in my work, so glued to my screens, I might have been there to pick her up from her art class like I'd promised. The guilt ate at me, gnawing away at my insides until there was nothing left but a hollow shell of the man I used to be. I couldn't bear to look at another computer screen, couldn't stand the constant buzz of notifications that seemed to mock my loss. So, I made a decision that some might call drastic, but to me, it was the only way to preserve what was left of my sanity. I sold everything I could, gave away the rest, and used what little money I had left to buy a small, rundown cabin deep in the Maine woods. It was miles from the nearest town, accessible only by a winding dirt road that became impassable during the harsh winter months. But that suited me just fine. I wanted isolation. I craved it. The cabin itself was nothing special when I first arrived. It was a simple log structure, weathered by years of neglect, with a tin roof that leaked when it rained and windows that rattled in the wind. But it was mine, and over the years, I've poured my heart and soul into making it a home. I learned to hunt, to fish, to identify edible plants in the forest. I chopped wood for the long winters, patched the roof, and reinforced the walls. Slowly but surely, the cabin transformed, much like I did. It became sturdy, self-sufficient, a testament to survival in the face of adversity. Living alone suits me. There's a purity in nature that you don't find in city life. It's quiet, predictable. The rhythms of the forest became my heartbeat. The whisper of the wind through the pines my lullaby. I found peace in the solitude, a sense of purpose in the daily struggle for survival. But nature, I would soon learn, isn't always predictable. And sometimes the quiet hides secrets darker than any urban nightmare. It was a night like any other, or so I thought. The air was crisp with the promise of autumn, carrying the scent of pine and decay. I sat on my porch, a steaming mug of coffee in my hands, watching the sun dip below the tree line. The forest was alive with the usual evening sounds, the rustle of leaves, the call of birds settling in for the night, the scurrying of small animals in the underbrush. I've grown accustomed to these sounds over the years. They're comforting in their familiarity, a reminder that life goes on regardless of human concerns. I can identify most of the local wildlife by sound alone now. The soft hoot of a barred owl, the chatter of a red squirrel, even the distant howl of the occasional wolf pack. But as the last rays of sunlight faded, painting the sky in hues of purple and orange, I heard something different. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It started as a low, throaty rumble, so deep I felt it more than heard it. At first I thought it might be distant thunder, but the sky was clear, stars just beginning to twinkle into view. Then I considered it might be a bear. We have a few up here, mostly black bears that keep to themselves, but this was different. The sound came again, louder this time, closer. It vibrated in my chest, set my teeth on edge. It was primal, ancient, something that spoke to a part of my brain I didn't know existed, a part that screamed danger. I stood up, my coffee forgotten, and tried to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. The forest was dense, the underbrush thick this time of year, making it hard to see much beyond the tree line. Shadows stretched long and dark, playing tricks on my eyes. The noise came a third time, and this time I was sure it was moving, getting closer. Without thinking, I retreated into the cabin, my heart pounding. I grabbed my rifle, an old Remington my father had given me years ago. It was a comforting weight in my hands, a connection to a past that seemed impossibly distant now. I'm not one to scare easily. You can't live out here alone if you jump at every shadow or unusual sound. But something about that noise triggered a deep-seated instinct in me. Something that said this wasn't a normal animal. This was something else entirely. I stepped back onto the porch, rifle at the ready, and peered into the gathering darkness. The forest had gone eerily quiet. No birds, no insects. Even the wind seemed to have died down. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting. And then I saw it, a shadow, darker than the rest, moving at the edge of the clearing. It was big, much bigger than a bear, and it moved with a fluid grace that sent chills down my spine. For a moment our eyes met across the distance. I couldn't make out any details in the fading light, but I felt its gaze lock onto me. Intelligent, calculating, hungry. And then it was gone, melting back into the forest as if it had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time, my rifle trained on the spot where I'd seen the creature, barely daring to breathe, but nothing else happened. Eventually, the normal sounds of the forest returned. A hesitant chirp here, a rustle there, as if the woodland creatures were cautiously checking to see if the coast was clear. As the adrenaline faded, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a bear, unusually large and moving strangely in the shadows. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, fatigue and isolation finally taking their toll. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever I'd seen out there, it wasn't something that belonged in these woods. It wasn't something that should exist at all. That night, for the first time since I'd moved to the cabin, I locked my door. Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the events of the evening, trying to make sense of what I'd seen and heard. Every creak of the cabin's old timber, every whisper of wind outside, had me sitting bolt upright, rifle in hand. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I made a decision. I needed to investigate, to find some concrete evidence of what was out there, if only to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. I geared up as if for a long hunting trip, sturdy boots, layers of warm clothing, a pack with water and provisions, my trusty Remington, of course, and a hunting knife at my belt. As an afterthought, I grabbed my old digital camera. If I did find something out there, I wanted proof. The morning was crisp and clear, dew sparkling on every leaf and blade of grass. Under the bright light of day, last night's fears seemed almost silly. Almost. I set out in the direction I had seen the creature disappear, moving slowly and carefully. Years of hunting had taught me how to move quietly through the underbrush, how to spot signs of animal passage. But as I ventured deeper into the forest, I realized I wasn't seeing any of the usual signs of wildlife. No droppings, no tufts of fur caught on branches. Even the birds were unnaturally quiet. It was as if everything was hiding. After about an hour of careful progress, I stumbled upon something that made me pause. A clearing. One I'd never noticed before despite my many forays into these woods. It wasn't large, maybe the size of my cabin's main room, but it was perfectly circular, too perfect to be natural. In the center of the clearing stood the remains of a deer, or what was left of it. The animal had been torn apart, entrails spilling out onto the ground, its eyes wide open and clouded in death. But it wasn't the gruesome sight that held my attention. It was the tracks around it. They were massive, easily twice the size of my boot print. They had the general shape of a canine's paw, but elongated, with claws that left deep gouges in the earth. I knelt down to get a closer look, running my hand over the edge of one of the prints. It was fresh. Too fresh. I fumbled for my camera, snapping several pictures of the prints and the deer carcass. As I stood up, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I spun around, rifle raised, but there was nothing there, just trees, shadows, and the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My heart was pounding in my chest, sweat trickling down my back despite the cool air. I wasn't sure what I was dealing with, but I knew it was dangerous. Something beyond the natural order of things. I decided to head back to the cabin. Whatever was out here, I wasn't equipped to deal with it alone. I needed time to think, to plan. Maybe to reach out to someone who might have answers. As I made my way back, moving as quickly and quietly as I could, my mind raced. I'd never been one to believe in legends or folklore, but out here alone, with something unknown stalking the woods, those old tales my grandfather used to tell didn't seem so far-fetched. He'd spoken of creatures that lived in the deep woods, beyond the reach of civilization, ancient things that had been here long before humans set foot on this land. Things that most people had forgotten, but that still remembered us. I reached the cabin and bolted the door behind me, something I hadn't done since I first moved out here. The cabin was sturdy, built by hand with thick logs and a reinforced door. I told myself that whatever was out there wouldn't be able to get in, but deep down, I wasn't so sure. As I downloaded the pictures from my camera to my rarely used laptop, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed a line, that by seeking out whatever was out there, I'd drawn its attention. And now, it was hunting me. The hours dragged by as I sat in the growing darkness, the rifle across my lap, listening. The forest was quiet again, unnervingly so. I thought about turning on the generator for some light, but the thought of the noise it would make stopped me. I didn't want to draw attention, not to this place, not to myself. As the sun set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and reds before fading to an inky black, I found myself thinking about my life before the cabin, about Laura, about the life we'd planned together. We'd talked about having kids, about moving to a quiet suburb where we could have a garden and a dog. It all seemed so distant now, like a half-remembered dream. I wondered what Laura would think of me now, living alone in the woods, jumping at shadows. Would she be proud of how I'd learned to survive on my own? Or would she be sad to see how isolated I'd become? My musings were interrupted by a sound that made my blood run cold. That same low, throaty rumble I'd heard the night before. But closer now, much closer. I stood up slowly, careful not to make a sound, and moved to the window. The moonlight cast long shadows across the forest floor, and for a moment I thought maybe it had been my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I saw it. Standing just at the edge of the trees, partially obscured by shadows, was a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was huge, easily the size of a grizzly bear, but it moved with a fluidity that was almost feline. Its fur was dark, matted in places, and I could make out a long, narrow snout filled with sharp, jagged teeth. The closest thing I could compare it to was a hyena, but far more grotesque, more monstrous. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural intelligence, fixed on the cabin, fixed on me. And then it did something that made my heart nearly stop. It stood up on its hind legs. No animal should be able to do that. Not like this. It was almost humanoid in the way it moved, the way it stood, towering over the ground, and then it let out a sound that was halfway between a howl and a scream, a noise that echoed through the trees and set the night alive with movement. I could hear the distant calls of other animals responding, the forest suddenly alive with activity. But I barely registered it, my entire focus on the creature outside my cabin. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I took aim and fired, the sound of the gunshot deafening in the enclosed space of the cabin. The creature recoiled, a dark liquid, blood, I assumed, spraying from its shoulder. But it didn't fall. Instead, it dropped back onto all fours and bolted into the woods, disappearing into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. I stayed up the rest of the night, rifle in hand, listening for any sign that it might return. But the forest remained quiet, the only sounds those of the wind rustling through the leaves and the distant call of an owl. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside, my legs shaky from the tension of the night. The clearing was empty, the only sign of what had happened being the bloodstains on the ground where I had shot the creature. I followed the trail as far as I could, but it eventually disappeared into the underbrush, the ground too rocky to hold any more tracks. Whatever that thing was, it was gone, for now. As I made my way back to the cabin, my mind was reeling. I'd lived out here for years, and I'd seen my share of strange things, but nothing like this. It wasn't a bear or a wolf or anything else that should be in these woods. It was something else. Something old and dangerous. I knew I should probably leave, head into town and report what I'd seen. But who would believe me? And more importantly, could I bring myself to abandon the life I'd built here, the peace I'd found in these woods? No, I decided. This was my home, and I wasn't about to let some creature, no matter how terrifying, chase me out. But I was going to be a lot more careful from now on. That's for sure. As for what it was, I could only guess. Maybe some kind of ancient predator that's managed to stay hidden all these years. Maybe something that's always been here, just waiting for the right moment to show itself. But whatever it was out there, somewhere in those woods. And I had a feeling it would be back. Next time, though, I'll be ready. The days following my encounter with the creature were filled with a tense, watchful silence. I spent hours reinforcing the cabin's defenses, boarding up windows, setting up primitive alarms around the perimeter. Anything I could think of to give myself an edge if, when, it returned. But as the days stretched into weeks with no sign of the beast, I found myself questioning my own memories. Had it really been as large as I remembered? As intelligent? Or had fear and isolation warped my perceptions? I pored over the photos I'd taken in the clearing, studying every pixel for clues. The tracks were real enough, as was the savage deer carcass, but neither provided concrete proof of what I'd seen that night. It was during this time that I realized how truly cut off I'd become from the rest of the world. I had no one to confide in, no one to seek advice from. The isolation that had once been my solace now felt suffocating. After much internal debate, I decided to make the trek into town. It was a grueling 6-hour hike to the nearest settlement, a small logging community called Millridge. I hadn't been there in over a year, and as I approached, I felt like a ghost returning to the land of the living. The town hadn't changed much. A handful of stores along the main street, a diner that had seen better days, and the ever-present hum of logging trucks in the distance. I made my way to the local library, a small, single-story building that smelled of old books and dust. The librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Hodgson, looked up in surprise as I entered. "Eli Stanton, is that you? Good Lord, we thought you'd gone and disappeared on us." I managed a weak smile. "Just been keeping to myself, Mrs. Hodgson. Listen, I was wondering if you had any books on local folklore, legends, myths, that sort of thing." She raised an eyebrow but didn't ask questions. Instead, she led me to a small section at the back of the library. "Not much call for these usually," she said, running a finger along the spines of several old, worn books. "But we've got a few. Anything in particular you're looking for?" I hesitated. How could I explain what I'd seen without sounding crazy? I'm interested in stories about creatures. In the woods. Anything unusual or unexplained. Mrs. Hodgson's face changed. A flicker of something. Fear? Recognition? Passing across it before she composed herself. "Well," she said quietly, "you might want to start with this one." She pulled out a thin leather-bound volume titled Shadows in the Pines, Forgotten Legends of the North Woods. As I reached for the book, Mrs. Hodgson grabbed my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong for someone her age. "Be careful, Eli," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Some things are best left in the dark." Before I could respond, she had turned and shuffled back to her desk, leaving me alone with the book and a growing sense of unease. I spent the next few hours poring over the volume, my heart racing as I came across a section titled The Beast of Blackwood Forest. The description matched what I'd seen, a massive wolf-like creature that walked on two legs, with intelligence in its eyes and an appetite for flesh. According to the book, sightings of the beast dated back centuries, with the earliest recorded encounter in 1673 by a French trapper. The stories were remarkably consistent over time, a creature that seemed to blur the line between animal and something else. What struck me most was a passage near the end of the section. The beast is said to be drawn to isolation and despair. It preys not just on the flesh, but on the very soul of those who have cut themselves off from the world of men. I closed the book, my hands shaking. It was as if the author had reached across time to speak directly to me, to my situation. As I left the library, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. I knew I should start the long trek back to my cabin, but something made me hesitate. The thought of returning to that isolation, of facing whatever was out there alone, filled me with a dread I couldn't shake. I found myself at the town's only motel, a rundown place called the Pine View Inn. The clerk looked surprised to see a customer, but handed over a key without much conversation. That night, as I lay in the unfamiliar bed, listening to the occasional passing car and the hum of the ancient air conditioner, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to the cabin. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I spent the next week in Millridge, slowly reacclimating to the presence of other people. I took odd jobs here and there, helping out at the hardware store, doing some basic computer work for the town office. It felt strange, using skills I'd almost forgotten I had. But as the days passed, I found myself growing restless. The town, which had seemed so alive when I first arrived, now felt stifling. I missed the quiet of the forest, the self-reliance of my life there. And more than that, I felt a growing sense of unfinished business. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there. And if the legends were true, it would keep hunting, keep killing. On the 8th day, I packed up my meager belongings and headed back into the woods. The hike seemed shorter this time, my steps purposeful and determined. As I approached my cabin, I half expected to find it destroyed, torn apart by the beast in my absence. But it stood just as I'd left it, a testament to the solidity of its construction and the peace of the forest around it. I spent the next few days preparing. I reinforced the doors and windows, set up more alarms around the perimeter. I cleaned my rifle and stocked up on ammunition, and I waited. It was on the 3rd night that I heard it again, that low rumbling growl that set my teeth on edge. But this time I was ready. I stepped out onto the porch, rifle in hand, and called out into the darkness. "I know you're out there. Show yourself." For a long moment there was silence. Then from the shadows at the edge of the clearing, it emerged. It was just as I remembered. Massive, with matted dark fur and eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. But this time I didn't feel fear. I felt recognition, as if I was facing a part of myself I'd long denied. The creature stood on its hind legs, towering over me. But it didn't attack. Instead, it tilted its head, as if considering me. In that moment, I understood. The beast wasn't just a predator. It was loneliness given form. Isolation made flesh. It was everything I'd embraced when I'd cut myself off from the world, taken to its terrible logical conclusion. I lowered my rifle. "I'm not alone anymore," I said, my voice steady, "and neither are you." The creature let out a sound, not a growl this time, but something almost like a sigh. Then, slowly, it turned and loped back into the forest, disappearing into the shadows. I stood there for a long time, watching the spot where it had vanished. I knew it might return someday. The darkness, the isolation, they're always there, waiting at the edges of our lives. But for now, at least, they were gone. And I knew what I had to do. The next morning, I began the long hike back to Millridge, It was time to rejoin the world, to find a balance between the solitude I craved and the human connection I needed. As I walked, I thought about Laura, about the life we'd planned. I thought about the years I'd spent alone in these woods, and I thought about the future, uncertain, yes, but full of possibilities. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of birds, of small animals going about their lives. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint rumble of a logging truck. I smiled. It was good to be back. It's been 2 years since that night in the woods. I still live in my cabin, but I make regular trips into town now. I've even started doing some freelance IT work, using a satellite internet connection to stay connected to the outside world. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I hear that low growl in the distance. But it doesn't fill me with fear anymore. Instead, it's a reminder of the darkness we all carry inside us, and of the importance of facing it head-on. I don't know if what I saw was real, or some manifestation of my own lonely psyche. But in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. What matters is that I found my way back, to myself, to the world. And if you ever find yourself in the deep woods of northern Maine, and you hear something moving in the shadows, well, maybe it's just the wind, or maybe it's something else. Something ancient and lonely, waiting for someone to understand. Just remember, the real monsters aren't in the forest. They're the ones we create when we cut ourselves off from the world, when we forget what it means to be human. Stay connected, stay alive, and never stop moving forward.